complicated? Why are we afraid to die when life is so overrated? Trapped inside a little box, every turn met with a frown. Illusion of possibilities, but the only way out is down. Be extra crispy.
Leave it to my ass to get distracted. Because I remember once upon a time, Russia wanted to charge Lindsey Graham. Didn't they have like a arrest warrant out for him? Show of hands. Who here thinks Russia killed Lindsey Graham? Anyway, hi. Hello. Do y'all remember that? Russia wanted to like literally serve him a subpoena. Hello. 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 I'm a little low energy. So I don't know. We're gonna yap it out. Gonna fucking yap it out, dudes. You excited? Oh, my model's wigging. This is a great sign. Sure, I'm sure BlackRock's behind this. Look at that. The Jews. Mossad. Mossad is disrupting my broadcast. Guys. Yes, everybody take a seat. Gather around. Tag yourself. Who is the lucky PN here in my arms who gets to be my ashtray for the day? It's the juice. I could use some juice right now. Russian juice. Shout out to Russia! Just kidding. Somebody in the chat said soul trapping. That's another theory that I really like. Like how Aaliyah was killed so her soul can take over Beyonce. And then Jay-Z and Aaliyah are still together in an evil, satanic, ritualistic type of way. Many people die around Jay-Z. And then other rappers get famous. Tap's head. There's a reason why Lil' Kim don't talk to his ass no more. Enough about satanic Negroes. How are you guys doing today? Into the crystal with you. Yeah. And then into the pipe. And then into my lungs. I'm gonna smoke your soul. Those rappers are all butt fucking 100%. As one does when you are in a satanic cult. Been fine. Good for you. Do you guys like my new background? I tried to do something a little more creative. So I photo bashed. Well, more like GIF/video bashed several things together in this cool layer. What do you think? I tried to make it match me, but also match the theme. Pretty cool, huh? It's conspiracy time. Which means we're gonna bust out the never-ending tier list. But it's so much fun because it's not like surface level shit. The iceberg, for instance, is pretty tame. You know what I mean? There's some fun ones on there. But I figured this would be funner than the iceberg because there's some fringe shit. Like, what the hell was that MP3 one? That shit's stupid. And then why would they mention that one song being evil but not mention the people transporting actual fucking child porn hidden in album files and FLAC files back in the early internet? That's the real music trading conspiracy. Why did I get the entire discography of fucking Aqua? One album. I didn't need to see that child porn. Thank you very much, the internet. Ain't that just the way? I got frazzled and then I got ripped. Oh shit, he's fucking dead, yo. I'm gonna drink. Whoa, surprise, surprise. How's the volume? How's the volume? How's the volume? Today we fucking with the vodka. Volume is fine. I got a lot to go. And I hope you guys want to... Should be louder. Me louder? How's the volume? How's the volume? How's the volume? Good? Nice and balanced? Nice and balanced? Hear the whole range? You're welcome. I aim to please. Speaking of aiming to please, I think I have a theory. We're gonna add my own nono specific conspiracy theory. Guys, you guys are very aware, right? I have a substance abuse problem. Yes, we're all on the same page. And another truth nuke is that Jews invented banking and the credit system. Now, they did it in order to not loan money to Jews, but to loan money to non-Jews. I am a non-Jew with a substance abuse problem who consistently relies on the credit system to feed it in between payments and lives permanently in debt. So I am Mossad's top guy, and that is why I am unbannable on YouTube. Huh? That's why nobody fucks with me or has a problem with my ideologies. Huh? Because I'm a good guy and I constantly put my shekels into their system. Then they're like, you know what? She's not disrupting. So those Powdery, the VTuber Powdery, have you considered having a credit-funded alcohol dependency? Huh? I'm sure a lot less people would give a shit about what you're doing if you did. There you go, you guys. How's that? A channel-based conspiracy for you. Exactly. I mean, we're gonna put that one up in the Truk tier. Oh, here we go. We're gonna break out the list and we're gonna add this one to the list. Wait. Hold the fucking phone. Hey! Here we are. How do I add one? Never mind. I will not be doing that. It'd be right here. Along with PsyOps, Truk, Pentagon, Truk. Wait, what is it? Pentagon hiding alien info. Truk. Here, I'll go back to my little corner. Before we do our little recap. We're gonna do a little recap, okay? We're gonna hit the recap. Wait, are we hitting the recap? I'll stop. PsyOps, Truk, Pentagon alien suppression, Truk, government unethical experiments. So fucking true. We're living in one right now, and it'll tie into the next one we need to go into. Remember, Project Echelon. Remember the space race, and remember the Cold War. Anyway, Donald Trump has dementia. Bro, nobody wants to have an MRI every week and a half. Nobody wants to shit themselves constantly. Nobody wants to be on the verge of falling over because you're leaning forward so much. And nobody wants to be asked a question about ICE detainees having a rape problem in their detention centers, and you say, I never raped no one. They're lying when they say I've raped someone, because I've never raped no one. The question was not about you, sir. You have dementia. What would you call it? Immunized debt alky? No. Nono funds Mossad. Personally, that makes me sound like I'm one of the 1%. Imagine if I was rich. That would be a terrible, terrible thing. Or if I was a man, oh my god, my dick would be so riddled with disease, I tell you what. Anyway, CIA drug trafficking, real. I've lived it. I'm not even American. I was there. Trust me. MK Ultra, real. I was in the GATE program in the early 90s, mid-90s, in grade school. They would put weird headphones on us. I am still to this day convinced the GATE program is affiliated with MK Ultra and mind control and the study of psychic ability. Epstein 4chan disinformation campaign. Yes, Epstein raped Moot. Truth nuke. Let's see. Epstein CIA Trump connection. Come on, man. The pictures are there. The pictures are there. Terry Davis MK Ultra also ties in to Project Echelon, Palantir, Cold War, space race, information gathering, politics, Snowden leaks, all of it. It's all connected. Dead internet theory. I'm not even convinced you guys are real. Prove it. Do something that proves you're not a bot. Right now. Right now. Yeah, I'm not convinced any of y'all are human. Come on, do a human thing. Make a human dance or something. Make a human face. Insert slur here. Sounds like something a bot would say. There you go. The PN is very human. It's a very human computer. Make the PNs humans, computer. Make these PNs human and super horny, computer. Ah. Oh, yeah, I'm not drunk enough yet. Maybe later. Postpone that 4 hours, computer. It takes a while to get drunk. What can I say? I've been funding the Jews for a long fucking time. I'm really good at funding the Jews with my alcoholism. I assure you I am human. Anyway. Okay, bots. File in. Stand in line. Big pharma conspiracy in general. Cures are actively being suppressed because curing diseases are not profitable. As a person who is riddled with disease, I 100% believe this. Simpsons predict the future. No. We disagreed with this in the statement, but I believe The Simpsons is like Spielberg and as a catalyst for disclosure. Because the people in the cabal, in order to service their demon lords, have to disclose things. That's what they've been telling us the whole time. And we're like, oh, let's watch Eyes Wide Shut again. Anyway, the fire is alive. I am Native American, bro. I don't need to explain my culture to no white man. Fire is alive. Nothing is real. It's the realest thing that breached our simulation. Fire cleanses, fire speaks, fire is a gateway, fire is a medicine, fire is destruction. Fire is more alive than most humans on this planet. Fire is capable of making more change than 90% of humanity. Fire, in my eyes, is more human than the current state of the human condition. I don't see you guys making a change. I don't see you guys tearing it down. All y'all do is complain on the internet in communities that think like you. What is that gonna do? Government ignores indigenous victims. I've lived this. I don't give a shit what you guys think. I'm anti all establishments, okay? And the government is the big connecting factor of the web of established, institutionalized fuckery of colonial acquisition. Nah. You can't tell me nothing, white man. Now, I will accept reparations in the form of paying off my alcohol debt through my Ko-fi, ! Ko-fi. Anyway, please. Help me further appease the Jews by clearing my debt, and so I can make a new one. Oh yeah. Before white men came to this country, we didn't have Jews. One single tear rolls down my cheek. Yeah. Chief fucks your mom, gives me alcohol. UN world domination. I don't believe things like people attached to this theory is anything, but I do believe the UN represents a lot of the whole New World Order ideology, and the conglomeration of nations is empire wearing a different outfit. You know? Just because the gates are wider doesn't mean it's not a wall. Anyway. The basement tapes. I do believe that for years and years, the Columbine shooters documented their treatment and their activities from day to day and their intentions, and we only scratched the surface. They did a video-based manifesto that most of us will never see all of. There are transcripts, but a majority of their actions are not described from what I've seen. If you can get a transcribed fucking transcript of those videos, though, I would love to see it. So any Columbiners out there, hit me up. NWO is just UN, WEF, and NATO. You notice the same countries are involved in all three, as well as, again, Echelon. Anyway, ghosts are real. I believe this. Not only for my own comfort or through manic episode and spiritual psychosis. I do believe energy cannot be destroyed, and what we see as the soul or as an ephemeral spirit and or a ghost is all just energy being relocated, you know? And I think the more people attach to their human condition, the more they are able to cognitively exist outside of their mortal coil, as they say. Eric and Dylan wanted to perform the largest act of mass violence in American history. Yeah, exactly. They weren't gonna just stop at the school. It all backfired pretty horribly. And I know the details of that is on their vlogs. This is way before YouTube. See, if the Columbine happened 10 years later, those tapes would have just been on YouTube and somebody would have saved them all. Those would have been weekly fucking daily posts. They would have been the Nelk boys of I'm gonna kill everyone I know. UN and NATO were both just the United States. WEF are global homo Euro trash communities. Well, exactly. It's like just still two empires. It's all about scaling, right? It doesn't mean they both don't have the same goals. There's a reason why America gets excluded, is because they do not align with the goals of the quote-unquote sovereign nations. It's empire versus the new empire. America is an empire whether you want to believe it or not. They're pulling the strings, though, and we cannot underestimate their effort. Oh, yeah. What's called a war crime and a atrocity to humanity is why there are so many cultures today. Like, if we were to go out and say, oh, that is a war crime against those people, blah, 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 everybody gang up on them, we wouldn't have most of Asia established. We wouldn't have the Arabias. We wouldn't have the Soviet Union. We wouldn't have, like, all these little group ups and separations are the things that you guys treasure so deeply as your identity and culture, and now you want to prevent it from happening for future generations. Let the people war. War builds more culture, survival, and community than any Facebook post ever will. Sorry. I have a lot of feelings about that. I really, really hate millennials, dude. I'd love to say that I was born in the wrong generation, but fuck, dude. I don't think I'd fit in any other one. We'll say I'm human 48, and I'm actually from 48,000 years from the future. Actually. War crimes? Just hire mercenaries and call it a day, dude. Yeah. Why do your people have to die when there's so many PMC corporations out there just waiting for your delicious shekels? When does Polybius show up? Ah, shit, it's in there somewhere. Anyway. Insects are replacing meat. I even think that 3D printed meat has like the weird protein samples that they synthesize. We might even skip over, we believe, when we were talking about this, we skipped over the bugs or meat and went straight to synthesization. Elon Musk had no business being involved with the elections, but he does have family ties with arms dealers and political bodies all over Europe and Africa that they probably did not want to say no to him. He had no business fucking being there, though. I love being a millennial because I've witnessed the world I was raised in become a lie and break down in real time. Honestly, though, and I think that's why a majority of people either overcorrected in our generation anyway, and you can compare this to everyone you guys know, fellow millennials, but I swear to God, everyone in my generation is either overcorrected and become a softy bleeding heart justice warrior, and usually in some sort of like trans inclusive polycule or some bullshit, or they were radicalized and became a cynical piece of shit. No matter what side politically they land on, they are radicalized. At least in Canada. So you either overcorrect and distance yourself from the hetero binary normative societal structure, fucking work from home. Just like, oh, me and my 6 boyfriends all run my Etsy store and they help me take feed pics. I'm like, good for you, sweetie. You can afford a home and I can't, so maybe I chose the wrong path. Generation Zyklon will lead the way. With what? Head dents and sweaty gamer chairs? Fuck. Gen Alpha, my bet's on you guys. They're getting radicalized young. Did you know my sister understood communism more than me at the age of 12? It's because I was raised to hate commies. Weak people seek a hard what? Hard dick? Hard truth? Hard life? People like that are in America. They either become LGBT positive or chud the fuck out. Absolutely! Millennials, those are your paths, Western millennial. That's the only 2 options. And I have a strong feeling that any one of you millennials who ended up here is the fucking latter of the 2. As much as almost everyone I know in my life has just become such fucking awareness hogging, white knighting, morality policing, bleeding heart, lefty, fucking free. They're like the new generation of hippies. They're all vegan. They all like garden. Yeah, follow the herd. You're just another goy. Guar has always been right. Hey man, you aim a herd over a cliff, they're all gonna follow. That cliff being social media, because they got their heads so up their own ego. I barely see them outside their fucking meta posts. Crazy how many of these there are. I mean, I don't even think it's enough, because I can think of a few just off the top of my schizo ass. Yes, there is a top to my ass. Ass like a shelf. I like to put things on it sometimes. Let's move on. Cell phones are always listening. They're listening to me right now. I know that if you're listening to this outside on a speaker, on a Wi-Fi signal. Oh my god, don't even get... Okay. So, we all know this. The evidence is there. You mentioned something arbitrary, and within 20 minutes, you're going to get an ad for it. Your algorithm is so fucking fine-tuned. And I can admit it too. I am pacified by the fact that they put that effort into monitoring me for the sake of my preferences and needs and spoken things. Now, wouldn't that be nice if that's where it stopped, right? Wouldn't that just be so nice if that's where it stopped? And then you start to realize that in the UK, 300 billion web interactions are stored and monitored by... Code is monitored by humans, which is ran by an algorithmic AI of a group of multiple countries, storing every single email, phone conversation, photo, and storing it billions a day. And then in the last few years, these billions have grown exponentially. It didn't even go to hundreds of billions, it's trillions. With the introduction of AI, and the output it's capable of, the amount of information that needs to be fed through these collection channels is just so huge, which kind of, I believe, led to the building of data centers, which they have been planning for like 10 years. A lot of these land purchases go back pre-COVID. And people are like, oh, they just popped up out of nowhere. No, they've been working on building that shit and getting the permits for like years. You just didn't know about it. You weren't privy to the information. They were always going to move into your neighborhood and pollute you with noise and warm up your area and, you know, put surveilling cameras to even store more of your data. Fucking... They'll put it under the guise of a cutesy, well-loved cartoon character video game that people for 30 years are extremely attached to. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? A tech company, once upon a time, took a venture into game development for a phone app. Wow, wouldn't it be nice if people just got off the internet and went outside? This was a GPS tracking company called Niantic, or Niantic. Anybody else catching up? Pokemon Go exactly got the polls. Pokemon Go got the routes. Pokemon Go is probably still on your phone right now, unopened, but is constantly a background function. Delete that shit. Niantic is a tracking organization. Not even from Japan. They're fucking Chinese. You know, got a phone? That's the way to be. You can actually get something right now called the Nothing Phone. Have you guys heard of this? The Nothing Phone. It's kind of like the kosher phones that the Hasidic Jews use. But you're still able to use all the technology without it being data shared. Yeah, fuck Pokemon for allying with those people. But then again, Pokemon has also been allied with the government for a long time. Fucking Pokemon is one of the oldest card companies, and they originally started making cards for the purpose of inputting data into old PCs, which used to needed cards with certain punching patterns, and in order to have that data being mass produced, Pokemon was kind of dabbling in that alongside of the little card games and stuff they've been doing since like what, fucking 1700s. Nintendo specifically has been around for a long fucking time and has helped a lot of data collection and you know, the advancements of technology kind of aligned with the intentions of what seemed like a fun little games. So me personally, knowing that, I'm not surprised that they would have probably even volunteered their properties for that. Like the 1800s, but yeah, they were a card game company. Yeah, but they also did the card stock production to start the ball rolling on mass producing and sharing information between computer networks before the internet. So I'm not surprised. There's quite a few countries in on this, and that kind of brings me back to the whole project echelon thingy. Like World War II, everyone was like fucked, and the real advantage in World War II was the exchange of information. The only people who had the upper hand were the people who coordinated information in other languages, code talkers, for instance. Let's tie my culture in. My grandpa was in World War II, and he was quite the interesting asset. He was on the verge of being kicked out because he lied about his age so he can follow his brother, who he was also protected by the residential school system. He was hidden, right? He was given the old Anne Frank treatment, and they hit him when they came and tried to do the scoop, right? And He evaded the scoop, but by the time he turned 16, his brother was back, 18 years old, and being forced to, which a lot of people coming out of the residential school system, to enlist for the Canadian or American Army. I'm from an area that is dual citizen and was considered dual citizen at that time. And my grandpa originally enlisted on the Canadian side, got discovered for being underage, but also was way more familiar with his native tongue, and then got paired up with another person who was not as fluent in English but could speak that. And then the brother, who, I'm not gonna dox myself because there are like a few different code talker pairings in there. I do have American citizenship, yes, technically. I could just move to the States, I just don't want to. But my grandpa and his brother got paired up with another guy, and then they, because of their citizenship, got moved over, and then they became air traffic control and pilot repair people, right? And they did a lot of the code talking shit, which was pretty cool. You wish you had a U.S. citizenship? There's like fucking 15-ish tribes in Canada that are able to just go get it because the border kind of cut us in half, right? 1800s, yeah, they were a card game company. My thing's not updating. Oh, there it goes. What was I talking about? The code talking was such an asset, though, and it wasn't just in native languages. There were people doing it in, I know you guys don't like this word, but Yiddish. Dun dun dun. There were people coordinating with Russia. We had a lot of Ukraine immigrants and stuff like that enlisted as well. There was like a lot of code talking happening on the NATO side of World War II, right? Yeah, everybody clicks off the stream. Like, the value of information movement was seen, right? It was to the point where it was fucking undeniable. And they kind of gathered together in, I think it was like the 70s, I think. It was like US, UK, I'm pretty sure Australia and New Zealand, and then Canada all joined into like this collective agreement for surveillance purposes, because they kind of cracked the German Enigma code and the Japanese purple codes, because they had their own codes too. We fought back using the power of all the parties involved were technically just mixed bags of different races and languages, right? We took advantage of that instead of creating some sort of codes, right? And they took that monitoring and the significance of, you know, signals, intelligence, and communication, and they kind of divvied it up, and they declared themselves the Five Eyes of the globe, right? And then they started the whole space race, but with that being a premeditative factor, and launching satellites and stuff like that. Russia caught on because Russia was like, why aren't we involved? And then it was post-Cold War, and everyone had so many fucking Red Scare bullshit because of Russia. And then Russia was like, I'm gonna join this space race too. So there was this whole fucking race to get the information gathering, which in some cases getting there first doesn't mean you're the winner, right? Because there's a lot of fucking satellites up there, and a majority of them are owned by the Five Eyes. Fries and burgers. Yeah, burgers and fries. Five Eyes, burger and fries. But like, deadass, they still have a lot of power. They still have a lot of these strange shaped buildings. GCEQ or HQ, GCHQ, in the fucking, it's like a national security hub, surveillance hub, and then they have locations all over the world for data storage that are open till this day. So in my eyes, sure, just because you get there first doesn't mean you win. the race. If you're not on the same line of intentions as the Five Eyes were, you lost. Because they got up there, but it was a little bit after you. They didn't trust you. You didn't get to know the narrative as to why. They put those satellites up there. They're still up there. They're still listening. They're being improved. We have a whole space station in order to transfer equipment in order to improve the technology as it grows. We are building data processing plants under the guise of, you know, just silly little filters on TikTok, or, oh, I can't draw, boo 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 boo, I'm gonna do an AI art so I can express my persona or some bullshit, right? That's not why they're doing this. It has nothing to do with your frivolous desires. If anything, that helps them cloud the internet so much of bullshit that they can identify AI as the source of easily, to refine your activity, monitor, collect your activity, to the point where even in these locations, these data centers, these processing plants, these fucking cooling centers can generate about 40,000 images of Pokemon or some shit. Way more than that. That's probably a second. But the demand... The demand, that's going to bleed out soon, because it's going to be, sure, AI is going to get quicker, more accurate, more refined. It's going to take jobs or whatever, but they're not going to stop there. They're going to stop until they know everything. That's why their cameras take different footprints than just your face. They'll take your heat signature. They'll take notes of your walking patterns, your daily routines. That's why flocking cameras and cell phone GPS constantly being on is terrifying. Did you know that your phone can identify your health issues before you can? But your heart, like, if you have weird heart arrhythmia, you'll probably get fucking arrhythmia advertisements if you leave your phone sitting against your chest for too long, you know? Like, it can diagnose shit like that if it really had the information, and they're moving towards that. Not because they want to help you, not because they want to be better, so they know how to suppress you more effectively. Especially if you have a smartwatch. Oh, I lose my wallet all the time, so I put an air tag in it. The dumbest shit you can do. That shit can read your credit cards. That shit can see your spending habits. If you're currently holding the phone that AirTag is attached to, and you're like one-to-one same location, that's just emboldening the data collection. You know that, right? Of not just the people who bought that AirTag, but everyone surrounding it. Everyone on that collective Wi-Fi. Get the weirdest shit on my algo when I'm looking at the fucking internet in like a public place. Normies don't care about OPSEC or surveillance. Well, no, because it gets them attention, right? The average individual is so caught up in their ego, they fail to even start the discovery of identity. They're fed their identity, and that's what makes an algorithm specifically dangerous, because they can be fed the identity that aligns with the mission objective of the surveiller, aka the Five Eyes, aka the tech companies, whatever. They're all a part of the same group of people. They literally have a windowless room for people doing math on someone's spreading habits and how to get them to spend more. Exactly. There are hordes of Indians right now sitting in warehouses, watching sped up versions of clips, scoping through datas for flagging identified things by AI. Fucking cops will have access to this soon. Do you realize that? Especially in Canada. I don't know if you guys in America have an equivalent bill, but we just signed C-22, which means police can request all that data from these collections that have been around. We've had whistleblowers in the early 2000s. Snowden, fucking Campbell. Oh my god, hundreds, really? It's just like the scientists trying to tell us about quantum time parallels. Everyone's gonna just shrug it off until they go missing. Or until they're bought off and they start behaving. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't take much to take the average normie and buy them off, but somebody who is on to you and understands the patterns, those are the people who need to be silenced. Disclaimer, I have no intention of killing myself. If I go missing, we know why. The same when y'all not saying shit. It's supposed to be a conversation. Get in on this. I think they're always listening. And I think they're not even always listening. They're watching. Who knows? Orwell, because this is also around Orwell's books. There we go. Here's another connection we're going to make. Orwell's books. War of the Worlds and all that shit. Fucking 1984. The New World Order. All that shit came out right after the Cold War, during echelon integration and data collection. And the minimizing of computers actually started to accelerate around that same like 5-year gap in the late 70s. We all agree on that? And I believe this was the intention all along. And I believe Orwell is in the pile of disclosure media propagandists. And always has been. Orwell was not telling us cautionary tales. Orwell was disclosing. Someday we should grow an attention span and read 1984. I mean, would you guys like me to? I like to read. I'll read you guys anything. I've read it before, but like I wouldn't mind reading it to you guys. Disclosure propagandists have been a tool of fascism since the dawn of time, and has been a tool of fucking even the empires. Again, fascism is just another fancy word for the empire because they don't want to be associated to British people. But it's literally the same thing. I tell you what you have, you accept it, and if you don't like it, we will convince you to like it. But and the people who don't want it will suffer and become serfs. That's why I've been pushed into serfdom. I refuse to join the monolith of the modern empire. But I think even propagandists in the Renaissance period, at the end of the monarchies and the majority of Europe and all of that, all kind of tie in. Those propagandists we remember fondly as great poets and artists. But they were just queer people who were just depressed and poor, and the only way they made money was drawing the royals how they wanted to be remembered, not how they were. Not a lot of people want to remember Marie Antoinette as a fucking toothless, opium addicted, a fucking asbestos makeup or whatever they put all over their face, lead-based paints, fucking schizophrenic bullshit. Like, no, she wanted to be remembered as the beauty of France and the innocent victim who was just doing what she could while the world crumbled around her. No, she took a gay serf and made them paint her like that. So he could also fund his opium addiction. This goes way back. Disclosurists have always, or propagandists, sorry, have always been the most reliable tool of power. Fuck, you can even go further back. Remember when people would literally pay priests to convince that their sovereignty was godlike? Do you guys know that? Do you remember that? We still do that. Fuck, why is Washington deified in some of them paintings? I think it's a whole lot of splintered organizations. I don't know really what they're doing anymore, and they never really do. I think the intentions of all these organizations that are seemingly connected have been lost over time by people taking it over who don't understand the full intention of what they're working for. Because even with Echelon, everyone who formed that is fucking probably dying right now, senile. They were all in their 50s in the 70s. They're fucking dead for sure. Do you think they told every seedy fucking hidden intention they had when their other employers took over, or when their companies went public and then they paid into it and then somebody else eventually became the CEO? No, but does that change corporations like Disney? No. Even though they don't know the original intention of those propagandists, does not mean they're not carrying out the orders given by the foundational members of those organizations. Yeah, exactly. We have been deifying and propagandizing the worst of the world's leaders, the best of the world's leaders to some people, whatever. That is subjective, but this has always been a thing. That's why people think that fucking Trump is gonna be the reason why Jesus comes back. Like, humanity is cooked. And always has been. This isn't new. This isn't fucking new. It's so common and integrated into the creation of everything that we experience right now as modern humans. We don't realize how fucked it is, and we sit down and take it as it appears in new forms. That sounds like goofy evangelical stuff. It is. And that doesn't mean people don't believe it. And it doesn't mean it doesn't align with those same ancient those same ancient empires deifying their royals. Facebook Protestant treatment of Trump as the Messiah is actually freaky as hell, but also fed by an algorithm to those people who believe it, and refined by AI by those people who believe it, to the point where people are stumbling across it by having a faint suggestion of misbelief on how America is going, but have a full algorithm of Christian nonsense that they've been interacting with, and then radicalized further by those fringe believed evangelicals sharing those AI algorithm surveillance fed bullshit, deifying somebody who is not godlike in the slightest. Well, the Jews won't like if he cured my alcoholism one bit. AI pictures of Trump hugging puppies. He's a part of it. You remember that picture he shared of being Jesus, and he's like, oh, I meant to share a picture of me being a doctor because I'm healing. What the fuck? He's buying into it. He's like, you know what? That's better propaganda than I could have come up with myself. And then he let the fucking boomers take the reign, just like he let 4chan take the reign when he first ran for president. He's like, that's better than any bullshit I could have come up with. And like a notorious billionaire grifter, 8-time fucking bankrupt bullshit person who has gotten rich on the backs of other people, yeah, of course he's going to attach to a more effective propaganda than his money can buy. And then he will invest in that. And then we will have a shit ton of surveillance and Palantir and fucking... Why are people who used to develop military weapons and payment platforms now in charge of everyone's data? It's because it's effective and it gets the rich people what they want. I believed in the 14-eyed Intel collab in the 88-eared cartel. Holy heckin'. That's what 88 stands for. Holy heck. Holy heck indeed. Oh my god. And they act like they don't want kids on the internet. Which is the big driving force of fucking insecure attachment to ideology and radicalization young. Why would they want the kids off the internet? to convince their parents to give their information. To tie parents to children. Oh, it's for their safety. It's to keep them safe. You know, on Roblox right now, people are using community signs to talk to each other when they don't match up age verification wise. They will find a way. If they want to hurt your fucking kids, they will hurt your fucking kids. This has nothing to do with the government or how much you pay attention to what your kids are up to. There's shitty people out there, they will hurt you because they want to, not because, ooh, they're good, because I wasn't careful. No, you could be running down the same path you run down, not knowing that there's some motherfucker staring out his window just waiting for the opportune moment to rape you one day. You don't know that. You don't know you're unsafe until it's too late. And then why are we making all these premeditative changes? Did it work? Did it work for YouTube? What the fuck, man? That's fucked up. Hey, you guys wanted me to conspiracy app. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is, man. There's no way when I was working in 2nd grade why these children were quoting Andrew Tate to me. Because they didn't want to fucking listen to me. Is his name Shekel Schlumberg? No, I think his name was Brian. Anyway, this is a truth nuke, and it's always been a truth nuke. It's always been the intention. It's been the driving force of technology. It's been the driving force of your entertainment. No matter how much human-made content is put in the world, you don't have any choice on what you see unless you separate yourself and actively seek things that you want to seek. The internet doesn't let you do that anymore unless you choose to use untied applications, which are gladly like open sourced as well. Like even though like Yandex, for instance, uses AI, you have a choice of whether or not to toggle that on in your search results. I use Yandex. WaterFox specifically has built-in IP scrambling, built-in ad blocker, built-in cookie suppression. You don't even get asked if you want to accept cookies on WaterFox. Firefox is pretty much just Chrome Light these days. What color is your Lamborghini, Nono? Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna stretch you over a Lamborghini and it's gonna be you colored and shove it up your ass. WaterFox is nice. I know. You don't need browser extensions or anything. That's why I bought a PS3 about 2 years ago, and no one can take it away from me, and on hard copies. That's, oh, don't even get me started on leasing media. You think the algorithm is bad? They won't even let you own shit anymore. I get it. Licensing songs and stuff, blah, blah, blah. Sure. They don't want you to own hard copy media. They want you to attach your information, your preferences, your collections to applications who can cut you off at any fucking second. Applications that will forget everything you paid for. Oh, I'm so pissed. You notice how the fucking day PS5 announced that they wanted to get rid of hard copy media, GTA 5 pulled out. Like, they were sanctimonious and that was going to change anything. And then PlayStation 5 removed all the advertising on their social media that had to do with Grand Theft Auto. Those sanctimonious motherfuckers are paywalling the majority of that game. Imagine, you don't get tattoo shops, you don't get barber shops, you don't get luxury clothing items unless you buy the $120 version of the game. Canadian currency. Stay pissed. Stay pissed. Keep your money. Go to every yard sale in your city. Go to every pawn shop in your city. No matter how fucking excited you are for Modern Warfare 86 or Fallout 7 or fucking Half-Life 3. We're gonna talk about mythical games that don't exist. Half-Life 3, and you're just gonna be happy with that, right? No, go out, secure as much physical fucking media as you can. Don't give them your money. Pirate harder. Pirate harder. Every CD you've ever owned, every Apple, every song on Spotify. Did you know that you can download MP3s from Spotify? Do it. Do it as fast as you can. Any song that you want to hear after you say, I don't know, some slur or somebody reports you because they just straight up don't like you, which is another thing on the internet. People can just spam report you just because they don't like you. Imagine somebody doing that to your Steam account and you have 800 games. Steam does not save that when they delete your fucking account. Right? Go into your Steam account, make a backup, not on Doc as well. Do not back your shit up on Google Docs. They could take that shit away from you any second as well. Don't back it up on OneDrive. Put it on a notepad. Move that shit into an external. Protect your preferences. Protect entertainment that you like. See through the slop. Swim through the swamp. Leave without parasites. Holy shit. Parasites constantly driving you to lease shit that you've had in your social cultural lexicon for decades. You know how many movies from the 80s and 90s you simply just cannot find on the internet? I have hundreds of songs on my phone. I have them all legally acquired, all of them. Exactly. I have friends who have just completely reverted into solid state media so much. I have a friend who converts new modern digital stream only movies to VHS as a hobby, which I think more people should take on. You know how many ancillary copies there are of movies that didn't sell, just rotting for 10 cents in a bin in a fucking pawn shop? That's all he does. And he's like, whoa, I already own this copy of this Ninja Turtle movie, but the tape is orange, and then this movie here, it suits the orange color palette. I think it was he did it to the Josh Krieger horror movie that we watched with the old lady. I forget the name of that movie, but he put that movie on an orange VHS tape. He took some alcohol markers and he like wiped off the TMNT bullshit, and then he just has it now in a solid copy. It's a craft. It's an artisan move, and it should become a part of de-digitizing, re-alchemizing, reverse alchemizing the internet walls they built to make us no longer own who we are. You know? Sorry, I'm getting emotional and like pissed, so I'm gonna take a couple more shots. This is supposed to be fun. I'm just so angry. Always listening is a conspiracy theory that is true as fuck. And we are losing so much more than we realize because of it. And it is foundational for most of humanity's convincing of power. That's how I feel. This would be messy. If I did commit to the whole, I will draw out conspiracy boards and like connections that I make. What am I mad about? Rewind the fucking VOD. I'm not getting into it. How are you not mad is the question. That's the real question. How are you not mad? How are you not mad? If someone came to your house and started taking away your furniture because they were like, this is outdated media. Or sorry, this is outdated furniture. Pretty much what they're doing. They're like, oh, that's outdated, so we're not gonna host it. Oh, that didn't perform well, so we're just gonna delete it. Oh, you said the N-word on a video game, somebody hates you enough to report anything attached to your email. Come on! Hundreds of dollars! A Spotify subscription costs you almost $200 a year now! What? Those are cable prices. Okay, Yes. Anyway, why aren't you pissed is the better question. I'm gonna do a shot. I'm getting a little too entangled in this one. It's just, it's like, how are you not pissed off? That alone, the fact that you're not also pissed also pisses me off. Yeah, if you're not pissed, you're not informed. That's why I only buy physical and pirate. Buck, you're so fucking cool for that. Never stop and take it further. Take that shit you pirate, take it off digital media. Off completely. Do what you can. Put it on a disc. $15 at Walmart, you can get a disc burner. Not a good one, but enough that you can have a physical piece. Nobody sentient is gonna be mad at me. I'm not scared if people are mad at me. I just want to know that my audience is not retarded nor me level awareness of their surroundings. Self-awareness is so overrated. Self-awareness is not important. Your self-awareness is supposed to be a pebble to get to the big stone to get you across the river of your own sentience and autonomy in this current society. Self-awareness, emotional intelligence, that's all ego bullshit. Go beyond that. Keep working on yourself. Fucking get there and get pissed off, or else you're going to be absorbed by it. Oh yeah! A starting point. Exactly. A pebble. A step on the stairs. You don't have to be Sisyphus. There's stairs beside the hill. That rock is what they want at the top. That's not what you want at the top. That rock, if you disregard the want of that person that is in control of you, that God that told you to get that rock to the top, it'd be so much easier. Don't settle to be Sisyphus in the eyes of the techno-leviathan. Please. You're so much cooler than that, PN. Don't you want to be cool? Sorry, I'm showing a little too much of my personality today. I don't want anybody to leave me. I'm sensitive, okay? Are you guys starting to believe that I've actually had so many anger issues that I've been court mandated anger management? Can you start to believe my lore? I just bought over 200 blank DVDs! Yes, Panzer Comrade! That's my boy. That's a cool fucking PN right there. Ah, please. You guys are getting the chillest, most calm, most intelligent, and self-aware version of myself that I've ever been. Oh boy, if you guys met me 5 years ago, I would be that bitch on Twitter being like, oh, I can't afford to pay my rent. Oh, here's my coffee. Oh, here's my 24-hour tummy time stream, goo goo gaga. I'm baby, you're my YouTube daddy. Wah, 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 wah. I can acknowledge I'm far enough in my mental illness to know that if I started streaming in my 20s, I would be a whore. Might as well do that now. Oh, I'm so sorry, Pookie Bear. You're never getting that. You might as well unsubscribe right now. You ain't getting that shit from me. The most you will get is me doing pee-pee, poo-poo, fart, dick jokes and reading adult visual novels. I think that's the horniness. That's the extent of my horniness on the internet. Oh my god, NPC streams! Ah, popcorn, so yummy. Wow, sunglasses, so bright. Oh, popcorn, so yummy. Ice cream. Ice cream. Popcorn, so yummy. Popcorn, so yummy. Sunglasses, wow, so bright. Popcorn, so yummy. Popcorn, so yummy. Ice cream. How's that? How's that for content? You like that? Gang, 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 gang. Ice cream, yummers. Ice cream, yummer. I need more bullets. I need more bullets. I know some of y'all are schizoing out just like I am, and you believe there is an alternate form of Nono right now, e-begging the shit out of you. On an alternate plane. You guys have the pleasure of meeting fifth dimensional Nono. Three-dimensional Nono is selling her underwear on OnlyFans. She's gone insane? Dude, I done been gone. The fuck? I'm actually the most mentally sound than I've ever been in my entire life. Trust. Trust. I used to be a very exhausting person. Proof that this is the best timeline. Yeah. Rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. He didn't make it to the right timeline. Ooh. Ooh, and that's why Mitch McConnell woke up. Ooh, because they transported fucking Lindsey Graham's soul, ooh, into Mitch McConnell to keep him alive. Ooh, Mitch McConnell is a vampire, and he's been in the Senate for like 8,000 years. Ooh. Such a good timeline, for real, for real. Anyway, rest in peace, homie. I'm gonna take another shot. This goes out to my homie. This goes out to my homie, Mitch McConnell. May you outlive every geriatric government official on this fucking planet. Cheers. What are the odds that Lindsey Graham is in Israel? Israel is to American politicians as Argentina is to Nazi escaped scientists. I saw a huge wall of text that vanished. I'm sure one watches is spitting some facts. I didn't see it fast enough. Rips, but I don't have text to speech. If somebody is willing to sit down and tell my boomer ass how to set that up, I will draw a PNG PN so they can read out your stuff. Hands down. I don't know anything about how to program stuff like that though. Lindsey Graham went to the Ukraine and got blown the fuck up. Well, the Russians wanted him dead, so I mean, everybody wins. Nobody loses. Missing 411. 411. Information? Wait, no, it's information in Canada, but 411 is national parks, right? In the States? Missing 411. Is this about, the mysterious circumstances guy? If this is what I think it is, what was it, 2011, 2010-ish? There was like a really huge influx in people going missing. And the national parks, right? Oh god, I got a lot of feelings. Oh no, this one might be very long too. National parks in the States are huge. They're contained. They're the densest forests on the planet left right now outside of Canada, wildland, which there is plenty of, but the oh, you guys aren't aware? Okay, this might just be me because I'm really into the cryptid verse, and I am one of the believers who believe that this anomaly and this interview specifically about national parks is why the whole SCP Foundation stuff began. Anyway, there was an influx in like the early 2010s. I'm not, don't quote me on the day, because I've been on the internet for a long time, so I know a lot of shit about this stupid stuff. Anyway, that, I think it was like 15,000 people, the biggest number ever, have just gone missing without explanation or bodies found in multiple national parks across America, to the point where it was considered a state of emergency, and a shit ton of bodies aren't found. I'm a person who grew up in the woods. I grew up with extremely rejectionist. They rejected all theisms. My family was very anti-Catholic, very anti-Christian, very anti-Islam, very anti-Judaism. My family was anti everything but what we believed in culturally. Like I was raised by people who who gave zero shits about what everybody else was doing, right? So, we had a huge belief system built around the forest is an entity. The forest is alive, and the forest houses things that go so much beyond what us as humans living amongst them. And they are there as the great protectors of agreements that us as humanity has made with nature in order to protect a balance. So when humans resort to things like cannibalism, then they become an entity in order to protect that from happening more. And then it spirals out. It becomes what modern people call things like skinwalker. We called that Wendigo, right? And this is the result of humans dabbling in cannibalism that we brought over the Asian bridge that used to be at the top of Canada and like Greenland and shit, where we were leaving out like the Mongolia area to come to Canada. Like, this is a belief system we've taken us to prevent us from the diseases and the weird psychological things that come along with succumbing to cannibalism on our journey. There's a shred of truth to that. Oh, there's a shred of truth to old myth. And in the end, it came to us not understanding medicine in a scientific way. We only understood it in a spiritual way. So my people believed that these were spiritual guardians to prevent that. And exactly, a whole lot of illness and shit from eating human flesh. Exactly. And they didn't. A lot of cultures don't believe that, but almost every single culture that went over that land bridge into North America down to Mexico and shit like that, all believe that that same entity exists. And many others, God, I forget what we call it. It's actually like a huge spiritual catalyst to the point where it's one of our grandfather teachings. But modern people call it Sasquatch, and they kind of fear it, and Bigfoot. You guys call it Bigfoot, right? We call it Sabe, and it represents the honesty that we share with nature. And Sabe, or God, yeah, exactly. You guys call it Bigfoot. People are obsessed with it, and it can. In our culture, Sabe, Rugaru, the teaching of what was it? Gwen Kwadezuin, the knowledge of honesty and the correcting of your straying paths. That's what Bigfoot represents, quote unquote. And it represents knowledge and the honesty we share between nature. You guys see these as cryptids. Now, these protected areas, yeah, I'm getting deep into Indian shit. I'm so sorry. You guys can leave. But this ideology was so spiritually protected by our verbal storytelling and our teachings and our behaviors for generations, even through colonization. And even to today, Sabe is still included in our 7 grandfather teachings, is what we call it. You guys like it when I get cultural? Well, a lot of these conspiracy theories stem from the rejection of quote unquote pagan religions, and a lot of pagan religions all come from the same area, which was Persians going into Asia, becoming Mongolians, and then Mongolians moving further north and then around and settling in North America. Right? This is all shared history shit. And it was all rejected by Christianity. So we got kind of pigeonholed into being cryptids, even though these Mongolians, yes, I know, I have such ancient bloodline, ooh. It ends with me. No dying star jokes, it just ends here. Anyway, I'm assuming anyway, this is missing 411. 411 is the National Parks System of the United States of America. There was an anomalous large amount of people going missing during this tech boom that happened where everyone was poor and people were recovering. And let's be so for real, the tech boom had people going outside again for a while. Like the summer of 2008, I think I was the most active outside of my computer room for a long time. 2008 to 2010, a lot of people just straight up rejected technology and computers and went the fuck outside. So there was a huge uptick in people visiting, but they were all very domesticated people. A lot of the original people who would hobby out in national parks were experienced hikers. They were usually adults and groups of adults. And then for a while, this is such a long time ago, it was like 15 years, come on. And then for a while there, people started bringing their families to places like this, where the hiking trails were pretty much would lead to dead ends. And they were like, what is this? Well, it's a path that was been used for decades by people who like to do rock climbing and shit. Like, the people who went to these national parks did it for sport, and then suddenly people stopped trusting computers for a little while, started going outside, bringing their families. Kids would go missing, teens would go missing, people would go missing. They didn't have the proper equipment, they didn't have the mapping structures and availability of stuff like super detailed GPS or anything like that. Cell phone service gone. A lot of factors that can take a very comfortable white Western American, leaving them up to their own devices in the middle of uncharted territory in their eyes. People went into this space unprepared, falling over cliffs, succumbing to missteps, reaching dead ends, and trying to forge their own path forward instead of turning back, taking a break, not paying attention, and having their child walk off and disappear. Many people fucking died. They fucking died and were never found that year. And the parks officer for like it just so happened to be somewhere in the Appalachian mountain range, right? And this is what really started the ball rolling, because there was already so much going around about the Appalachian mountain range going all the way up to Canada, and along that specific ridge is the most cryptid activity. Mind you, that's the area that my tribe originates from. So my tribe's verbal history resonates a lot with the Appalachian cryptid. What would you call that? Zoology. So this specific area commented that these people went missing by mysterious circumstance. The verbiage was the mistake, I think, because that sentence alone, attached to anything, conspiracy theorists run fucking amok. Yeah, cryptozoology. And then fucking they attached to it pretty aggressively. And then they would fucking start to think that this is where the idea of national parks being containment zones comes in too, right? And then that led into the whole cryptozoology murmurs becomes the containment facility that is the SCP Foundation, which we don't have proof of being an actual governmental fact, other than the fact that they just wanted to protect sections of, cultural land, or just to preserve the beauty of America as they expand their metropolises, little plots of nature to remind what America came from. Is now in the minds of the schizo internet people, because let's be so for real now. People stopped going back outside because a little after 2011, once we lost MySpace, Facebook came out of nowhere, and Twitter also came out of nowhere, and then we all went back online again. If Black Flag was on the X-Files, he would be able to prove some shit cases were made up bullshit. That's what I believe. Like, seriously, one of the stories involves a kid that disappeared without a trace, except if you look a little further, he showed up again 3 days later. Exactly. And a majority of those cases are only initial reports is what these people attach to. So the 411 is real. The National Park System is real. There was a anomalous amount of people going missing, whatever. And I don't think it really attaches so much to cryptozoology as people wanted to believe. I think they literally just said mysterious because they had no fucking clue. That was a very early on interview. I lost it. Where did I lose it? And was moving it up as I was yapping. I fucking lost it. Had a dude in a red sweater. Missing 411. Do I think it's inevitable truth that there are cryptid containment forests? No. Getting lost in the woods is easier than people think. Yeah, especially in 2011. There's a channel called Lore Lodge that dismantles missing 411. Oh, nice. Well, see, I don't really particularly believe it, but I do believe that it is beyond me just not giving a shit. I think it was convincing enough that there are people who still believe it today, and I do believe it ended up, for the worst of it, tying into a lot of other things that have significance, cultural significance to be specifically. So because they were able to tie it to that cultural significance, I believe that it was a convincing enough to red pill. A lot of people in my area believe that national parks are containment facilities. Like, I've talked to people who wholeheartedly believe it. But is it enough to red pill me specifically into thinking it is a factual thing that we deal with? No. Not at all. It's a fun thing to hear stories about. Yeah, I got a little personal there. I'm sorry. But I mean, it hits close to home, okay? I can't help it sometimes. It's hard to talk about stuff like this without tying it to your personal experience, you know? The land between the lakes. Yeah. Ish. Don't dox me. But that whole Great Lakes area, that whole Eastern Board mountain ridge, the whole, what is that called? The Canadian Shield. That all connects to Appalachia. Respect the wilderness. There's lessons for sure. There's lessons to learn, and I think people are avoiding the lesson that's been around for thousands of years and jumping right to the victim mentality and the fear aspect of processing, you know? They don't want to go any further and accept it as a warning of the spiritual warning in your collective agreement between your soul and the land it occupies, you know? Enough of that hippie shit. I'm sorry if I got a little too esoteric hippie hoya there. I know you guys don't really fuck with that. I think the land between the lakes has a Ragaro preserve. Rogaro? I don't know what that is. I don't know what a Rogaro is. It's fun. Okay. Sometimes I've had a bad week, so sometimes I just like need affirmations, you know, woman moments. As someone who has a forest within walking distance, I knew to never wander off. The forest was my playground growing up, and like, I'm gonna get a little bit more personal again. The forest was the closest thing I had to a playground growing up. We didn't have park structures where I grew up, and I would get into all sorts of shit. I would leave markers, and I swear to God, those markers would move. Sometimes. Or I'd find buildings and I'd leave a trail, and I'd go get one of my cousins, which all my cousins were my neighbors, right? Everyone who lived back where I came from, they're all practically related. And I went and got one of my cousins. I tried to take him back, and it like the shack was gone, and it was just like a little stone staircase, like a short one, like 3 steps. And I was like, what the fuck? This house disappeared. And I was like 8 years old, barely verbal, running around barefoot in the woods, right? Holy fuck. That was the moment. I was just like, I'm not gonna stop going in uncharted territory. And I just stopped. And then I started hanging out on the cliffs. And I listened to nature. I grew up being told. My mom had a boyfriend, right? Who baptized me. Oh, did I ever tell you this story? Okay, my mom My mom had a super Catholic boyfriend at one point. She was only with him for like 8 months, and he was like physically offended that I wasn't baptized, and my mom was the biggest fucking pick-me on this planet, so she baptized me without hesitation. She even got me this cute little dress and acted like it had all this significance. So she baptized me. Oh, don't worry about it, it gets better. Fucking, my grandpa found out. my fucking, not just my grandpa, my great-grandpa. My great-grandpa, who's foundationally given birth to everyone who participates in the Mitewewan culture where I came from. Medicine culture. My great-grandpa found out and talked to me and quite literally lured me with candy into the bathroom. Me being a kid, right? This could have ended up so many fucking ways in retrospect. Like, oh, grandpa, oh, I love candy. But you know what he did? He already had a bath prepared. Cold as fuck water, ice, like literal ice cubes in it, floating with sage and tobacco and cedar and oh, fuck, it just fucking, what else did he put in there? It was just like all sorts of shit. I didn't even know what half of it was. Just floating. And my grandpa started stripping me, and I was just flabbergasted. I was barely verbal, right? I didn't speak full sentences until I was like 7 years old. And like, or like more like 5, but still. He fucking stripped me down. Everyone was at the powwow, and I was at home. I was getting drinks for me and my cousins because I lost the rock, paper, scissors. And then fucking, he stripped me down. And he submerged my head underwater. It was so fucking scary that like to the point where I don't like people touching me in pools or like goofing around in the water. Like I still can't cope with it. And he biohacked me and he kept my head underwater. It felt like forever and I was like flailing. And then somebody had to come in and help me because they heard it, and apparently one of my scumbag uncles was in the basement right now. Everyone else was out of the fucking house and came up 2 floors. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing, Dad? And he pulled his dad off me, right? This is like a couple of years before he was like chair-bound, diabetic, and had to lose his feet. Mind you, same great-grandpa who was the code talker that I was talking about earlier. It's not disgusting though, because you know what his excuse was? I needed to take everything Western off of her to bring her back. So he stripped me of the white man plastic infused cotton garments and unbaptized me. So not only was I baptized against my will, I was unbaptized against my will. Fuck, I told that story to my therapist once. And she tried to frame it like I was being sexually assaulted. It was so fucking gross. Why is modern mental health care like this? I don't see it as that. You know? In retrospect, I think my mom was the fucked up person that would drop all of her beliefs she was raised with for a man she barely knew. Well, that's why I don't trust therapy anymore. So how long would we have been submerged? Would you get at least the stink of anime off you? So long that I drowned and became a kappa. Because they need to move those zany scripts. Somebody call Netflix. This could be a movie. I think the spiritual connection is being severely disrespected, but it does add an air of believability. That's why I think a lot of people that I knew in my life, back where I came from, kind of believed that. Like, unironically. You know? Here. Smiley face killer. Isn't Smiley face a creepypasta though? Is this one of those copycat kids who took a creepypasta and then like tried to kill, so oh yeah, I could, even to this day, there's nothing my grandpa did that didn't make me completely proud to know him and think he's the coolest motherfucker on the planet. The way she tried to frame that shit was so fucking backsided. And I think she was just trying to get me on some sort of like medication regimen. So I left and then I never went back. I was like, that's gross. And then I started talking about something else. And I didn't address it any further. She kept trying to go back to it. I don't understand the obsession that modern psychology has with Freud. Freud was he was in the same social group as Tesla and Crowley, dude. Freud didn't give a single shit about your psychosexual development. No, is chat frozen? No, and just nobody likes talking to me. Maybe I'm yapping too hard. Nobody wants to interrupt. There is a theory that the serial killer is running around that isn't being acknowledged by the authorities. He puts smiley face. Oh, that's a lot more interesting. Because I know the smiley face killer is a creepypasta, no? And maybe having that true thing being tied to something like a creepypasta is what's adding that air of and people not taking it seriously. All right, let's read an article then. I'm not informed. Let's get informed. It all starts in 1997. As the Rolling Stone reports, the smiley-faced murders originally began in 1997. That year, Fordham University president Patrick McNeil walked out at the Dapper Dog in New York City on the Upper East Side, and then he just disappeared. According to the Fordham Observer, McNeil became extremely intoxicated, throwing up in the bar's bathroom and on the floor. Then he went outside to wait for a ride home with a friend. When the friend failed to appear, he was last seen walking towards the subway station, followed by a van that had been double parked on the street outside the bar. Detective Kevin Gannon caught the case, and months later, McNeil's body was found floating in the East River. The medical examination called the death an undetermined drowning, citing his high blood alcohol level, implying that he was drunk and simply fell into the river. But Gannon was convinced that this was clearly a murder. There was evidence on Patrick McNeil that he was bound and abused before ever even drowning. His body exhibited signs of having been dead before being placed in the river. As well, Gannon swore to McNeil's parents that he would continue his investigation. He was joined by a fellow detective named Anthony Duarte, and eventually criminal justice professor Lee Gilbertson, and believed that McNeil was a murder victim. The smiley face comes from this creepy graffiti. Lots of large serial killers have a nickname. Victim profile. Okay. One of the more compelling aspects of the smile face theory is that, similar to most victims, which supports the idea that the killer is targeting a specific type of person. Victims are all young men, college age. They generally get good grades and have professional aspirations. They're all athletic, popular, usually white males, and they all have been out drinking at bars with friends prior to their disappearance. Some of the more recent victims that the investigators have linked to Smiley Face have all also been openly gay. This consistency in the victims certainly supports the theory that one person is behind killing the group. On the other hand, a nonprofit Center for Homicide Research has pointed out alcohol would have explained why a young man would become confused and fall in a river and drown. We're not going to ascribe to that because there's too many factors. So this is smiley faces found outside of bars. A van usually waiting outside for specifically a white gay male who performs well at a collegiate level. Several in the same area of New York City, actually. This is not a thing that really happens. As of today, there are 335 smiley face victims. Holy shit! So between this year and 1970s, gay college-aged white men have been murdered, and smiley faces have been left outside of a bar. That guy must be like old, and he's still at it? Oh wait, 2024 was the most. liking it to other. Cause of death, forensics. There is a victim of the smiley face murder that might have been targeted twice and potentially identify. A young man named Dakota James contacted his friend Shelley in December. He was very drunk, out with his coworkers, confused and upset. She tracked him down and saw he was visibly confused. She saw a visibly confused James walking towards an SUV. Okay, so this white SUV is a consistent factor. 5 weeks later, James... So, okay, Shelley intercepted him getting into the van, but 5 weeks later, he disappeared drunk and was found in the Ohio River. So, he did move eventually. Unless there's a copycat. This story specifically happened in 2013. Or 2016, sorry. And then 6 months later. Oh, a copycat? I mean, being around since the 70s, I think that it's a good chance that other people are picking up on the pattern. Okay, so this factor has since 2008 had it moved from Gannon and Duarte's investigation, and it has been given to the FBI to track and look for. And that's when the 2010 Homicide Research leaked an in-depth study of the killings, which branched it into the conspiracy theory because there are public records of the investigation being moved to the FBI. And confirmation now that there are multiple people under the quote-unquote smiley face network, which is what the FBI call it. And they are now convinced that the smiley face killers are using the dark web to communicate. If these smiley face killers are real, there's one good reason that it's hard to produce real evidence. They appear on the dark web to communicate. They give me like hard evidence of that. I know what the fucking dark web is. I hate articles over reports. I would prefer a report any day, but there's only articles until it's declassified, and then it will be too late. According to the former detective Gannon, his investigators got close to one of the websites. He has provided the dark web website to the FBI, but when they were trying to access the site, he was faced for the first time with a password prompt and a demand that he turns on his camera. That's so creepypasta coded, dude. That's like your average fucking dark web. I went on the dark web and this is what happened. To sleep to type story. Like, what the fuck? He didn't give the password and didn't agree for the camera, leaving the investigation to end there. Are you kidding? On his original dive-in before the website locked him out in front of the other officers, he states reading about gamma hydroxybutyrate, or GHB, the date rape drug. So that could cause the delirium. So people are getting GHB'd. Led to the same white van. If this has been happening right up into 2026, where's the CTV footage of this van? Why does this... Okay, wait. All these pictures of the smiley faces look different pen. They look like they're written specifically by different people. So either this is like a 746, hundreds of individuals participating in one collective mission of destruction of humanity, or this guy's got zero consistency. Because even from the 70s to the 90s, these happy faces never look the fucking same. So I do agree that it is most likely a network. But, oh yeah, I fucking Poopy Poo. Let's hear from Poopy Poo. He's put the alerts into the chat, and now I see them differently now. You guys like the new chat format? Ooh, it's a little squished. I need to change some of the sizing, but yeah. Thanks, Poopy Poo, for that. Please do the next conspiracy stream on a Saturday. Oh, I'm so sorry. I needed to do something, dude. I feel like I was abandoning it. Is this psychosis slop? No. There's real evidence that real people died. There's GHB and alcohol in all of their systems. There's a consistency enough to believe that this is beyond some schizo making ties that are irrelevant, because this is supported by a police station escalating it beyond their jurisdiction into the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It's a ball sacrifice? No. I think this is just homoerotic fetishization, and a majority of serial killers are gay. Let's be so for real. A large percentage of serial killers target gay men, so that actually puts it up as believable. Do I particularly care? This has been around for a long time, and I've never gone beyond just being like, oh yeah, moving on with my life. I think the connections have been proven, and I think people believe that there is this like dark web. Is it enough for me to say it's convincing enough to be taken out of the hands of the FBI and it's like one killer traveling the US? No, I don't think that. Do I think it's a dark web network of people? I mean, it could be, but it predates the internet by at least like a good 10, 15 years. You just like saying that. Ooh. You can wake up early. You can watch the VOD, Buck. Thank you for the $5. I'll be sure to do part 4 on Friday or on a Saturday, because this might take a lot longer. Because I be yapping today. I'm way more yappy than usual. It's just because I got a lot of energy to get out. Do I think it's enough to inspire other people to murder? Yeah, I do think this. All the evidence that's there, all the stories being shared, all the people going missing, the correlations, like it's. I can see this convincing people. Do I see this as a hard, concise, beginning to end factual thing that affects everybody's life? No, absolutely not. This is gay people in large cities, in college towns, white men. This does not affect me in the slightest. And I still, even knowing what I know now, it's still under the creepypasta category for me. And anybody doing this shit now, the original person, probably dead. It was in the 70s. Anybody else doing it right now, fucking, you know, they're probably like 20, 25. Made something dangerous. I've made hot honey mead. Oh, fucking Daddy Clown made mead too. It looked really fucking good. I always wanted to try to get into microbrewery or something. Wonder how hard that would be. Yeah, if it wasn't for events like this, though, the white women wouldn't have killing stalking to obsess over to the point that they become abusive trans people. See. Number stations. Are those the... What is that? Here to look at that? Are those the tickers that are at the, like, the World Trade? Like, trade exchange stuff? What is all this? Such a vague fucking title, too. Like, what is this? Does anybody know what this is? What is this? Number stations. Radio stations. The numbers. The voices. Are these the stations that just output broadcasts on the off chances that they get something back? Apparently this story got deleted by this. That's another thing I don't really like, is that how modern news medias can just straight up delete shit. Are you kidding? Cold War communication, heavy coding. Oh, okay, so this goes back to the echelon shit in the Cold War. Okay. Okay, I'm not too aware of what was going on then. I'm just gonna skim this. Cool. Mysterious coded radio broadcasts that have been transmitting for decades across the world. These transmissions themselves have eerie air to them, featuring clunky automated voices Others quaintly dated human voices, rambling streams of numbers. So this is like the code talking. So they're still playing those to this day. Hear how Russian spies communicated like in Stranger Things. I've never seen Stranger Things past like the. I lost interest in it. Wait, I think I know this one. Something about radio stations transmitting nothing but numbers. Okay, but what correlations does this have? Let's scroll down a bit. Correlations to modern day, please. Unnerving echoes of the Cold War. Used to visualize, locate, and expose many stations through fictional media. Long documented by monitors and enthusiasts. So right now it's currently being decrypted only exclusively by monitors and enthusiasts and not the bodies that are sending them out. But they still haven't stopped sending them out. Correlated through things like the Comet Project, Bush's new project that takes wealth of research available by the numbers of steps further, using open source information, publicly available satellite imagery, and an inexpensive software to give these faceless stations a visual identity. So this is like what they did with the Voynich manuscript as they released it because they were unable to decode it. Did you guys ever go through the Voynich files with me? Voynich manuscript is actually completely available now to the public. Did you guys know that? Let's see. I sat down with Bush in the south of London pub. All conspiracy. Oh, so these are cryptologists and code breakers. Are pretty upset. The Voynich manuscripts was this guy in the 1870s claimed to have been passed down, this really rare alchemy book, but it's got like an alien language that people are convinced is code or divine knowledge from a celestial body. And it documents creatures and flora that does not exist on this planet with a lot of very early technology to write it. And he claimed that it was from aliens, but people have not been able to decrypt it. And it was given to a university to decrypt once he died. And it turns out the book itself is way older than he claimed it to be because of the tools, and they finally carbon dated everything, and apparently it was all written by one individual, and they could tell just even by how the ink settles how long it took to write. It was all written within a span of a year, and yeah, I'm interested in that, but it's hard to figure anything out. It is, but wouldn't it be fun to do a stream where we all sit around and decode schizo shit together, even if we don't achieve anything? Or is that only fun to me? I've never had friends to do stuff like that with. Oh yeah. Real old school, like. You guys didn't tell me the music was off. Would you actually watch a stream of that? Cool. I think collectively, I'm not gonna glaze anyone in specific, but you guys are a kind of more of a fountain of reference and knowledge than you realize. And bouncing ideas off of you guys, I find it very gratifying. And it leads me to conclusions and understandings that I would have probably not reached on my own. But I think doing little projects like that together might be cutesy. Don't you think that might be so cute? The number stations are real. Cold War was real. Code talking was real. The government collecting the data is totally real. I could believe that. I do care. I mean, the messages are outdated, but they're there, and using those code will allow us to decrypt other things in that language, because according to this article, it also reflects in other coded documentation that is yet to be decrypted. So once we discover the intention and the pattern, we could use that to get even more information on the coded side of the Cold War, which I know is interesting to a lot of people. Now, does these past murmurs of a war that we as a society is convinced is over benefit us? Benefit or protect or threaten or control us today? Right now? No, I think this is a really cool hobby. Like, I think this is like a really cool hobby that a bunch of really cool autistic people got obsessed with. and chill and do that. Like, they can keep doing that. That's awesome. Keep fucking doing that. Do I think it has any relevance to how we live our lives day to day as modern people? I can't truth it. But I do believe it's real. I do believe it's there. I do believe that people believe that it has nefarious undertones. And yeah, I support decryptors. I think it's so cool. I've never personally got into it, but like, I'd be doing cryptograms and shit, word puzzles on the toilet. I do be shitting and cryptogramming at time. CIA spread AIDS. Oh, this is huge. CIA versus the black communities. They just be doing everything. The blacks just be getting everything. CIA and AIDS. There's a lot of people who believe that because AIDS was contained, relatively contained. It was a anomalous thing that was happening on the other side of the planet. How it got to America is the missing link. Was there a lot of sex tourism in Africa back in the late 70s, early 80s? Not really. Can you believe one of the biggest markets in Africa right now, though, is white women going for sex tourism? Marry a brown woman today. That's my PSA. Anyway, people believe that the reason why this super rare disease outside of Africa got over here, liken it to CIA's plan to get over, all through specifically one gay white man. Let's see here. Scientists infected 2 monkeys with AIDS in the 1950s. So in the 1950s, American scientists were experimenting with AIDS. AIDS was an anomalous thing that didn't really become like a pandemic in Africa, but it was a thing that was studied. It's from SIV, simian immune deficiency, which has been around for hundreds of years in monkeys, right? So that got spread and mutated because Africans couldn't help but fuck monkeys in the 1920s, 1930s, right? And however long before that, it died off, didn't really spread because they were so into fucking monkeys, they didn't fuck humans. But it refined the virus and got picked up by a person, you know, studying just diseases in general, stuff like malaria. This was the same group of people who was looking at stuff like malaria and dengue and all that shit, right? Bill Gates made AIDS mosquitoes. No, I mean, this is 1950s. Bill Gates would have been like a teenager. Bill Gates had fuck all to do with this shit at the time. So they believe that one of the scientists got infected. It just so happened to be a gay man, right? There's also people who believed that it was specifically being, what's the word, refined to be more dangerous because it was like immunodeficiency. It's got a different scales, right? On a simian level, what's to a simian is nothing to a full-grown human, right? There's belief that they've continued to moderate and modify and monitor this infectious bacteria, and they still do this all the time. And there are conspiracies that stuff like COVID and the stomach parasite that's going around right now is all manufactured, right? People believe that the government wanted to bring back morality. There was another thing about the 1950s is how hard the American government went on the nuclear family, binary gender, and morality of a good Christian American family, right? This is also around the formative years of what we know now as the golden age of American family life, the American dream that the world aspired to, right? And they think that in order to, because they were so aggressively propagandizing this after World War II specifically, to rebuild family structures and, you know, the baby boom and all of that. The anti-gooning ads. Exactly. They didn't want you fucking jerking off and spilling your seed in a receptacle that wasn't able to birth Americans to replace all of the Americans that died and refill the workforce and shit. Pennsylvania just passed a bill to decriminalize the passing of AIDS to another person. Just happened yesterday? AIDS is extremely treatable right now, but it is not curable. You're just enabling bug chasers, which have been a plague of the queer community for years. Holy shit. That's so fucked up. That implies that you no longer need to, you don't need to disclose to your partner you have AIDS anymore. That is fucked up. This is what I mean about overcorrecting. This is why we don't trust the left with the politics, because they overcorrect and fuck it up in a unique new way. Really? It's so gross. Yeah, I'm glad I've been celibate for almost 8 years now. I don't think I've ever want to put another penis inside me again. Especially if they don't have to enclose, they have AIDS? That's fucked up. Here in Canada, you can actually charge people for giving you a disease they didn't disclose. Just people are so embarrassed by it that they just don't. But you have the legal grounds to be like, you gave me HPV. I'm suing you. You knowingly gave me HPV. That's so fucked up. I'm never fucking anyone ever again. Yuckers. Yeah, ominous. I think I had a new fear unlocked. On the opposing sides, the history of AIDS have all been whitewashed and obscured and man-made. The history of AIDS only focuses on white people as the victims in the eyes of this specific article here anyway. And then I guess that removes from the mental lexicon of the Africans fucking monkeys and getting the American scientists even interested in studying the pathogens, which again, during the 1910s to like the 1950s, regardless of the war, America has been monitoring illnesses for a long time, containing, monitoring, and controlled environment inflicting illnesses. That's known. It's not even CIA affiliated. It's just a part of their fucking STEM curriculum, even in schools. You know? Everyone has HPV. You've ever had a wart on your foot? That's HPV? I've never had a wart anywhere. Is a skin tag a wart? Are they the same things? My doctor called it a skin tag, and I have one on my armpit. Is that... Do I have HPV? Oh my god, thank god. Oh dear god. You scared the shit out of me. I have hemorrhoids. Is that HPV? I got bumps on my tongues. Is this HPV? I'm fucking retarded. Oh, anyway. People believe that the CIA didn't create AIDS off to kill. Let's see. The other facts section of this article says some people believe that the CIA didn't create AIDS to kill off African Americans and homosexuals. But what I believe, whoever made this is so based for that. But what I believe, they're just like me for real. According to the World Health Organization, estimated 36 million people have died from AIDS since AIDS first broke out in the United States in 1981. 1.6 million people died from AIDS in 2012 alone. Estimated 2.3 million people were newly infected with AIDS in 2012 alone. I need to look up something. This might be a non sequitur. Give me a second. What year was Grindr founded? Give me a second. Largest influx of AIDS. Give me a second. Holy shit. Holy shit. Founded in 2008, publicly tested in 2012. Launched officially in 2013. Holy shit! Okay, I need a break. I need a fucking break. Give me a second. I need a break. You guys need a break? We need a palate cleanser. We need a fucking palate cleanser. What do you guys think? You guys want a little palate cleanser? I need to get the icky yucky taste of gay AIDS out of my mouth. And you know how I'm gonna do that? Everyone has AIDS! AIDS, AIDS, AIDS! AIDS, 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 AIDS! Everyone has AIDS! So this is the end of our story. And everyone is dead from AIDS. It took from me my best friend, my only true pal, my only bright star. He died of AIDS. And I lead the fight to charge the brigades. There's a hero inside of us all. I'll make them see everyone has AIDS. Your sister, your uncle, and their best friend's AIDS. The whites and the spades. Everyone has AIDS. The Pope has got it and so do you. Come on everybody, we got quilting to do. Gotta break down these barricades. Everyone has AIDS. AIDS, 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 AIDS. Anyway. Holy fuck. Yuckers. Yuckers. Can I get a yuckers in chat? What the fuck? I hate having reading comprehension sometimes. Was it the CIA? No, but I think medical science kind of let go of the reins a little too early, and then it's just fucking everywhere. Cause let's be so for real. Every gay person that I know was fucking some random 30-year-old guy by the time they were 16. Wait, run it back. Didn't say that. Pope Joan. Female Pope. Is this the female Pope? There's a lot of really interesting Pope conspiracy theories. Let's see. I'm sorry. I needed a break, okay? I needed a break. Let's learn around Pope Joan, shall we? Ito ble. The only ever female pope. I think I've heard vaguely about this. There are paintings and drawings. No band theory. Hey man. Almost all of my Al Ghul is bought on credit. The Jews fucking love me. I ain't going nowhere. I have an abusive relationship with the Jews. They love me and I don't love them back. Legend has it that Pope Joan disguised herself as a man and was elected to lead the Catholic Church in 855. But she was stoned to death in 858 when her true identity was revealed after she gave birth during a Okay, she was... What, did they just think he was fat? She made it 8 years as the Pope until she gave birth, so not only was she pretending to be a man, but But she was getting dick the fuck down underneath those vestments. What the fuck? Pope is the Antichrist pushing Islam. That's why the Zionists love the Vatican. Around 30 CE, Peter the disciple named his first pope. This is all the history of popetry. The history of popetry. The myth of the Pope Joan seemingly began when Jean de Mailly, a Dominican friar and chronicler who lived in France in the 13th century. Around 1250, he wrote Chronica Universalis Metensis, which means he related the story of an unnamed female pope. So her name was given 400 years after the story was circulating by word of mouth. The popess disguised herself as a man and went into labor while mounting a horse one day. Godiva? When was Godiva? Could this be the same story, just misunderstood by two different nations? Also, white Dominican priest. People are all like, slavery is only American. Are you kidding? It's hundreds of years before America. Anyway. Over the next few decades, several other chroniclers repeat the story and it changes slightly throughout history. Okay, this is fictional. I'm gonna write this up as fictional. This is fan fiction based on a social event that happened during a procession. A woman gave birth on horseback. I have a feeling, yeah, that poor horse. Who had to clean that fucking amniotic sac off that poor horse? Okay, you know what? Pope Joan. We're gonna schizo cusp. Because that story changed so much over the years that people believe there was a female pope. But I mean, it is like written in their doctrine that it must be a male. And I'm almost certain I've heard at one point that they get checked. Because at one point there was a eunuch pope that defied that doctrine. Am I mistaken? Or hermaphroditic pope? I don't remember the details, but I swear I've heard something. Yeah, I'm not really super like religious based in anything. Almost everything I know about religion, yeah, it's too goofy to even be a convincing fact. The origin source is undeciphered. And the book that sources the actual name of quote-unquote the popess is claimed to be a book of fiction. So this is schizo shit. The people who believe this right now are absolutely retarded. Never kept up with popery. The papistry. White replacement theory. Okay. Let's be so for real now. There's a lot of people who believe the white nations is a matter of climatizing and melanin distribution, blah, 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 blah. We all come from the same African blah-bitty, blah, 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 migration, blah, 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 blah. But all that aside, the white people are an established race, though there are many flavors of white people. I think it is safe to say that the people who consider themselves collectively as the quote-unquote white races are valid in thinking they have a culture. They are valid in thinking that they have established history. Just because we're all from the same source balls doesn't mean we all have the same genetic path, right? This is the stage of is it a real thing? It is real and it's good. Why, Epi? Do you want the whites to be replaced? I personally don't particularly think the balls have been set in motion specifically to replace white people. And I throw back to sex tourism. White men go to Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam. White girls go to Dubai and Africa and Trinidad and Jamaica and shit, right? Sex tourism is real. And usually almost 100% of the time funded by this collective quote-unquote white race. But I also believe every single European person who is unmelanated has their own culture and has the right of collectively. It's kind of like how I pull myself in with brown people. That doesn't make me any less native. That doesn't make me more Mexican, you know? Just because I align myself under the umbrella of black people. And this ideology goes way back. Jim Crow era, for instance. You guys gave 2 options. You could be white or colored. So of course the Italians want to be white. Of course the Mexicans want to be white. Of course the Asians want to be white. They all applied for that. Now the visibly melanated people didn't get that choice, right? So like even Mexican neo-Nazis, if you were to consider that correlation, makes sense. I believe the great white replacement theory aligns with this whole disclosure Orwell New World Order thing that may not have given us the names and the details, but does correlate with shit like the 13 families and the empire bloodlines maintaining control modern day. But a lot of white people, lots of hair, green eye, and eye colors. Exactly. If anything, the white races are the most genetically diverse, in my opinion. All my people look kind of the same. Let's be so for real. Except the mixed ones, we can tell there's something in the pool there. Wonder how much is tied to the purity from religious imagery. Well, everything. You do realize most of the formative American ideologies are rooted in Christian Puritanism, right? It wouldn't be surprising. There are people who say that they want it, and then there are people who say that that was the plan. Exactly. This is an ambiguous but very, very real thing that we live with, because a lot of the times foreigners are not brought here for sexual endeavors. That is a human-driven thing. That's why stuff like sex tourism exists and stuff like that, right? Or race play fetishism, for instance. That stuff exists not because we were influenced, because we have been around the taboo and the separation so long that it feels forbidden and sexy, okay? It feels a little forbidden and sexy and kinky and dirty. But like, are foreigners being imported here for the sole purpose of fucking your sister and ending your pure Irish fucking bloodline? No. They're here because their labor is cheap, their standards are low, and they can get away with paying them less. So they're essentially here to take your jobs. Your women are going to them because they just simply don't want you. I'm so sorry to be that guy. Same with the men. Your men are going for the same reason why white women are going for the mandingo shit. Or the oil baron prince, because they can give them the security and the treatment of the queen and the fat cock that they ultimately crave, that you're not getting at home with your white husband. And then the white man goes to Asia to get the docile serving wife that will bend over backwards and defy every single belief in order to service her husband, because that culture trains their women in his eyes in the most desirable way. And whereas the African and Barbados culture keeps men contained and accessible and sexually virile, that's what the white women want. And what the white men want is little Asian yes women and sometimes lady boys. We don't judge here. But like, they're not... The white replacement is happening naturally because they're so sick of the conditions that was created for them by the people that they thought they were their leaders on their side. But now they have to live with the consequences of what they let happen around them. And now they do not want to participate in that white love. And the people who do are being ostracized and being considered like akin to white purity in the ways that like Hitler wanted it. We don't judge? Okay, I don't judge. You can judge. You can judge. Go right ahead. And it's because of the conditioning to convince them that white women that hate white men. Exactly. It's to the point where incels are created because they operate under the assumption that because one white woman did not want them once, that they need to have this unattainable version of the perfect white woman to seed. Like, it's all a self-fulfilling prophecy of the consequence of giving into a system that prioritized birthing and for the sole purpose of creating workers. And in order to get more workers in a society that keeps cheating on their spouses and leaving their country to get women, they bring those people here. What are they going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? They're going to go to those new stock of people because they're so sick of how domesticated that their white America has become. And cheating is glorified. Yeah, you go, girl. You drop that toxic man. So true, Epi. And it's like, I don't think there's any cabal specifically sending anyone anywhere for sex. I just think white men and white women are so fucking sick of each other unless they don't fit that status quo and normalcy expectation. It's eating itself. Ouroboros, baby. Ouroboros. Did that make sense? The first few online friends I made were mentally ill women who hated men, and I'm sure they had only their father to blame for that and has never tried dating anybody that doesn't even remotely... Like, if your father fucked you up, why is your natural impulse to date someone who was like your dad? White women, get it together! Sorry. I have a lot of white women in my life that refuse to talk to me anymore because they came to me for ubu, sympathy, my heart's broken, and all I did was tell them straight. Like, I'm so fucking sick of it. Just straight up wrong, though. Have you seen the rape statistics in Europe? Exactly. Exactly. I'm not saying that the white people are importing workers of a different race solely for the purpose of sexually breeding the race out of existence. But I'm also not saying that the people who come here from certain cultures that, there are cultures out there in the desert world that fucking glorify rape. Rape is considered a part of their marriage culture, you know? They're coming from a stock of people not intending to specifically erase white people. They don't know no better. There's cultures out there where it's a rite of passage to claim a woman, not date a woman, not court a woman, claim. And they can't comprehend the idea of a woman being human. Exactly, it is engraved in a lot of religions even. So if you look at the perspective culturally, it's an inevitability when you include those cultures into your workforce. You provide them home, board, tax write-offs, priorities for hiring because you want to protect your status quo and your exponential growth. Of course you're going to risk your women because they're coming from cultures that glorify rape and male ownership. If it did come down to just sex tourism, you know those people, when they get back home, they're either bringing home a wife or they're aborting the baby that they made in the result. And if anything, white people making abortions illegal is making that harder for them to not have that African baby. Let white women abort their mistakes. And then maybe you can refine the stock a bit better, huh? You ever think of that? Really hoping for Asian countries, including the ones, but really not. Well, no, Asian people's work culture is so tied, and they're coming from, like, would you leave Japan, where it's like every corporate, even if you're like a fucking salary man, lower rung person, you're still getting a livable wage in Japan. You're getting taxed very limitedly. You're getting insurance automatically just by renting a house. You have earthquake insurance. In order to be employed full-time, your company is required legally to, by the government, give you health insurance. You think a Japanese person wants to leave Japan to come work in America? No. Yeah, go work in Japan. If anything, go erase another country's culture. Go make them white. You're sitting there like, the police are taking all the white women. I don't know, buy a penis pump and move to Asia. Offer something more than crying. Fuck. This is why I don't participate in dating. It's fucking pisses me off. Everything pisses me off. Yeah, think about it, Tempton. Only criminals want to move to America. Exactly, because they get away with more. And guess what happens when you're a criminal in America? You get gainfully employed. Sure, you're not getting paid well, but you still get 3 square meals a day. Sure sounds... Raping a woman in America's got a lot more benefits than raping a woman in India. You just go back to your mud hut if you do it in India. You do it in America, they'll send you to a fucking luxury resort with 3 meals a day and a bed that's filled with something other than hay. Sounds pretty good, right? Crime equals free food in America. Exactly. Exactly. And it's socially acceptable to be absolutely shitty rotted to your women. Living in India is a punishment enough. something mortal coil, something quantum immortality. That's where the worst of the worst gets sent. That's why they believe so wholeheartedly in reincarnation over there in India. Because they know what it's like to be a worm. Do it in the UK and they give you a medal. Oh yeah, and then they'll fucking charge the girl for venting on the internet about how you fucked up her entire high school life by ruining her. Bad people don't go to hell, they get reincarnated in India. Why it's so fucking hot? Criminals in the US are protected by progressive protesters no matter how bad they crime. Yeah, death penalty being abolished was a mistake. I can think about 15 people right now just sitting rotting in prison that deserved death row 10 years ago. Can you? Indians don't care because they believe in reincarnation. Exactly, reckless abandon. I will be reborn. My consequences, future soul's problem. Let me enjoy this flesh as I can. Guess who got sent home for hurting himself at work? I hurt myself today. Find if I still bleed. White replacement is real, but I don't think it's an intentional thing. I think it is a byproduct of immigration and culture shock. And it goes both ways. I think white people are fucking sick of each other, and all of these factors together will create the thing that the people, everyone who believes that there is a threat of white replacement, can I be so for real? Anyone I know who's sitting there afraid of this happening is not fucking. Usually isn't married. And if they are married, they're married to a white woman and they're doing their part. But the people complaining and doing nothing about it and not going out there and trying to compromise their belief system so they can at least have a modicum of a chance of pair bonding with another human being are going to be forever alone. And they're going to watch your white women go to Africa, get a full body rub down in Jamaica, and then get dicked the fuck down. And you're not even going to let them abort that black baby. And that black baby is going to be American. Says the neat on my YouTube screen. Trust me, I've aborted. I've had the abortion. I've had the pair bonding. I've dated a white man. I've dated a white man who had a racist family who didn't want to tell his family about me. Like, do your part, man. Go be Go be a compromising enough a human with your ideologies that you can actually find common ground with somebody, and then maybe you'll experience love, huh? You ever think of that? Dumbass. Anyway, not truth nuke though. This only impacts the people who choose to dwell on it. The mole people. And this is the Jews. They have underground schools. They have connecting businesses. They will literally go to burgs where they're shutting down development projects to buy them up. They will fill entire neighborhoods of Sections 8s, and then they will dig under their apartments. Like, there's Section 8 housings out there, not even just in New York, in like Iowa and shit. Section 8 houses with connections under them that were not there before Hasidic community into them. I don't think there are a race of people who choose to live permanently underground, but I do think there are people moving underground, and I do think there is an intentional tunnel system. Why would there be mattresses in these tunnels? Why would these tunnels be lined up with masonry? Why would these tunnels require your shoes being off like in your temples? Are these holy grounds? Are these some things you also feel entitled to where you live? They're like, oh, there's this 2-bedroom apartment with Section 8. How is this Jewish family with 13 kids living in this row house with only two apartments? Well, it's because they've dug underground and they put the mattress for the extra kids down there. Why don't other racist tunnel networks? We'll probably drop the ball there. Yeah, there's no rent money underneath the apartment. It's free expansion. I said the same thing about franchise fast food chains that are leasing old ass buildings in the late 1800s. Yeah, but see those can be explained away by prohibition, but prohibition was mostly not Jewish people, and prohibition didn't interior refine their tunnels. Those tunnels are practically just subterranean suburban mine shafts, right? Like they're not lined. There's no drywall, there's no masonry, there's no concrete flooring. Some of these tunnels, we're finding entire classrooms and sewage systems. Like, Hasidic people are notorious for homeschooling their kids, but they're also notorious for clustering into entire neighborhoods, taking them over, buying out businesses, and pushing away the residents, and then only buying things that are kosher, and then convincing those local grocers to only carry kosher, and then once they start doing that, they open their own kosher grocer, and then they take the other one out of business, and they have this systemic way that has worked in multiple states to establish, and this isn't all Jews, and I know you guys like to play the all Jew game. Like, not all Jews are Zionists, not all Jews are from Israel, not all Jews are Hasidic. Hasidic Jews specifically have had this long-standing, since the formation of America, cluster isolation society. They also have this the thing. I don't know if you guys have ever walked through a Hasidic neighborhood. We do have one in Toronto. They tie a string around where, they have defined borders. They'll tie it on top of phone poles and stuff. The string thing. I don't know if you guys ever seen this. And this is considered what they think is their border. And there are certain ceremony. Yeah, the string poles. And you can tell, even in places that aren't openly Hasidic, they do that. Yeah, they do it in Europe. They do it in Ohio. They do it here in Canada. They do it in New York City. Exactly. This is a common practice that they were doing because I think it's Shabbat. They're not allowed to leave. Yeah, Sabbath rule. They're not allowed to leave a certain containment. So anything within this containment that they have established and blessed by a rabbi is considered the hollowed. They also invented the term hollowed ground, which has something to do with tunnels, I guess. Right? Hollowed ground has nothing to do with the mysticism or the Christian shit that they're tied to. This goes way back to when they were all considered the same group of religions, the Aramaic era. But this hollowed earth system is very important to Hasidics. This Shabbat containment is very, very important. Yeah, exactly. There was a lot of Jewish people when the catacombs were created, though, in France. Jews were everywhere in Europe. Hallowed, whatever. Language changes over years. It's just a mentality that has been following humanity since like the Abrahamic era. Does YouTube not have a clipping system anymore? I don't fucking know. Too bad Wild Hero isn't here. I was playing Minecraft all night. I went on like 4 in the morning and he was still there. I went on at like 11 this morning and he was still in our server. Hi! Oh no, I'm scared. Only have 9 smokes left and a half a pint of bourbon. Oh my god. He's on survival mode, guys. Fight or flight. Start punching out people and stealing their wallets. That's the only way. Oh, who cares? Nobody clips me anyway. Nobody quotes me because I've yet to say anything worth saying. Let's see. Do I think there are Jewish tunnels? Yes. Do I think there's mole people? No. I don't think there's like a separate, like, a lot of the mole people shit has to do with, like, mutant theory, right? I don't think it's that. I think it's just a colloquialism for how certain sects of Judaism operates and when they branch out into different cities and stuff. The soul of the mole man. Saul of mole man. Solomon. Ah! Connections. Everything's connected. I have a lot of free time today. I'll see what I can find. Alright. I don't think there's actual, like, mutant mole men living under any city, though. That's retarded. I think it's colloquial Jew stuff, though. I think this could be red-pilled. And I think it does take the facts of the modern American experience into consideration. But the fact that they animalize it, they anthropomorphize it, they make it a mutant, they make it feel like it's science fiction. You know what I'm saying? I wonder what the third-party programs or software you could use that could make clips. I don't know anything about that. OBS I could record as I stream, but I don't want to overheat my PC. You guys have permission to steal anything that I post. Just steal it. I don't give a fuck. We don't own anything anymore. I always assumed it was similar to the reptilians. Exactly. There are people who are cold-blooded and intentionally... Because extraterrestrial does not necessarily mean alien. It means above the land, right? Beyond the land. And when you think of the land as like the provider of the assets and the tools that we use to advance as a civilization, anything extraterrestrial or above the advancement of the tools that the modern lower echelon of humans use would be considered extraterrestrial. So I think the 1% is extraterrestrial in that regard. Yeah, go ahead, download the videos. If you really want to. If you really feel so compelled to clip things, go redhead, be my guest. Let me know, let me see it. I'll share it. If I don't say anything too crazy. I haven't said the F slur or the N slur in like 2 months on stream. I've been a good girl. Thank you, Jews. Give me more credit. I've been a good guy. Yeah, reptilians is another way to discount the very real fact. Like the mole men. 1999 apartment bombings. What happened in 1999? Does this have to do with like the influx enforcement of sundowns? Is that what this is? 1999 apartment bombings. This sounds like, if it's not that, then this sounds like this just could be like a scam to get insurance money. You get a lot of insurance, or when you're a landlord, you get specialized insurance rate with crazy outputs because you're giving your property to a second, or I guess a third party at that point. I don't know, why wouldn't I like that? Because the more clips there are out there of me, it kind of makes me anxious, but I know it is like an inevitability or like something that VTubers have to do, and there's this whole mentality bullshit that I don't really ascribe to. I don't really seem like, sometimes I get insecure about the fact that nobody wants to, but like ultimately, do I want randoms to stumble across me? No. I like having a gate-kept community because then I am more likely to be able to say what I want, you know? Without the backlash of some, I don't know. Same reason why I don't play Minecraft on stream or Roblox on stream anymore. Because that's how I attract, like, normies and kids. And I don't want that. And then people who would I don't want to be morality policed in my own space. I will not allow that. Like, if anyone even tries to morality police me, they're fucking gone immediately. Yeah, I don't mind if it's like singing and stuff, especially if it's for bands that are more deep cut. Because like I don't want to sound like a douchebag. I can acknowledge that I'd be singing songs that like most VTubers wouldn't touch. So if it's like those songs, yeah. But if you're gonna clip me singing like a Zara Larsson song or like a super viral song, then I'm gonna be like, ew, what the fuck? No, you're gonna get the normies, please. Don't put me on YouTube Shorts. Ah, don't turn me into a marketable plushie. You know? Well, it's like, I do consider a good amount of you guys my friends, but not only that, like, I want to be able to express myself on my own terms, which, like, I grew up, again, you guys know my whole religious thing, my whole entire mesosphere where I grew up was very much rejecting the status quo spiritually, and then once I had to move to a city and adapt, and my mom would let men force me to go to Catholic school and go to therapy and bullshit like that. And she would just let these people be like, oh, your daughter's got something wrong with her. She doesn't speak, or she's got like fucking Asperger's or whatever, and then put me in all these systems. And one of her boyfriends convinced me to be in special classes, and then I had to be in special ed for like the first 5 years of grade school. No wonder why I was such a bitch in middle school. I hated it. They literally groomed me to hate everything and have no autonomy in my fucking life decisions. So I ever since then, I have felt so anti-establishment, so anti-institution, so anti anyone trying to take my autonomy, and that's kind of how I fell down the punk rabbit hole. Sorry about the school and the therapy, it's fucked up. I mean, ultimately, I don't like to participate in the Trauma Olympics. Let's just say I'm a pretty competent athlete. And like, honestly, I'd hate to be that guy, but you could literally go through some of the most heinous shit. I'm a living example. You can go through some of the most heinous shit against your will and still make it out as a human who isn't a piece of shit. It'd be so easy to blame everything on my mental state or my circumstances or where I land sociologically. But like, none of that shit helped me survive the worst of my worst. And I'm not gonna detail you guys with like all the sad shit that I've been through. Maybe eventually you'll get bits and pieces, because I don't know, the more I get used to yapping, the more it just kind of falls out. But like, let's just say it's not necessary to use your experience as a tool to prevent future experiences. I've never been that guy. I can't let myself be that guy because it's never served me in a way. If anything, when I used to try to be that way, it got me back into like the cycle of abuse. It got me back into the cycle of instability. It got me back into the cycle of neglect. Every time I tried to use it to be like, ooh, no one ever loved me. Ooh, I was never held as a baby. Ooh. No, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna build a structure around me to teach myself to walk if no one's gonna teach me to walk, because that's what I did. Hoisted myself up those stairs before I knew how to walk because no one would put me to bed and they chose to put my bedroom upstairs. There's no reason why a 3-year-old needs to know how to do that. 3-year-old who can't speak their needs or barely walk and still slink up their belly and get to what they need. The indomitable human spirit is real and isn't a bumper sticker. It should be the way of life, you know? I'll drink to that. Oh, hell yeah, I could use another shot. Can't believe I'm 3 hours in. I've only done like 4 conspiracies. I've had a bad week. I'm sorry if this is moving slow. Sorky. I'll go back. Okay, so this apparently has to do with Russia evoking a series of terrorist attacks in 1999. Terrorists blew up 4 residential buildings in Russia's regions, killing 300 people collectively. There were also at least 2 reported thwarted terrorist attacks, one in Moscow and other in Ryazan. The Ryazan sugar affair became one of the source conspiracy theories to the apartment bombings, were an FSB operation. Okay, so people believe these were government-initiated terrorist acts on civilians. The first story appeared in Signal magazine, Signal Russian newsletter on the rhetoric of Putinism. 1999 kind of aligns with when Putin takes over. I'm genuinely happy about finding a safe place here. Yeah, but you can't call it that, right? Because we're gonna make fun of you. We're gonna call you a fag or something. Ah, shit! I broke my streak. But like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's you don't need to speak it out to the universe and advertise it's a safe space. You just need to shut up. Fuck. Anyway, you need to act like it. Saying it is different than acting like it, okay? There's a lot of people out there who would say that I'm housing many of the worst people in a place. But you know what this means? We're open to conversation. We're opening to disagreements. We're opening to people who can share. Like, I really respect that you guys can share a sense of humor without always agreeing with each other. That was my biggest worry about getting my audience from Elfin Psyop, is that it would become an epic chamber. Like, I don't know, an echo chamber, epic chamber, also that. But no, I was worried it would become an echo chamber because I chose to be like a refugee containment center. The epic chamber! You know what I mean, though? Like, I'd rather you guys tell me to shut the fuck up and point out my mistakes than be like, oh, you're so kawaii, desu. Oh, I'm so sorry you felt bad today. Oh, next time you stream, I'm gonna give you $1 million bajillion. Oh, here you go. Have $300 towards buying a fucking tank to live in. I was worried that would transfer over. But no, you guys are out. The people who are active, anyway, are like, shut up, don't clip that. Don't clip that. Elfin might still watch my shit. I see her account sometimes pop up in my analytics. But you know what I mean? Like, I can't let myself be like that. And I think you guys can acknowledge that. And I'm grateful to have people I could talk to that doesn't let me get lost in my own bullshit. That's why I don't bring my depression stuff to you. I don't want to paint the watering hole, you know? Because then it sets the precedence that you guys are my support system and you're not just like my bro. And I know some of you might want to be that support system, but I think that's where online friendship becomes parasociality, and I don't think I want to fall into that. I will donate to you because you're kawaii. Some people would call me a LARPer, you know, just because I'm such a fucking doomer, hard-ass cynic who chooses no sides. There's people out there who would call me a centrist. There's people out there who would call me an incel, chud, femcel, girl failure bullshit. And, like, I could live with all that. As long as they don't see me as a desperate grifter. Because I'm not. Like, you guys, I could be doing this and you guys wouldn't even give me anything and I'd still be satisfied doing this shit. Because it's all the same shit that I would have done anyway. You guys don't understand that I've been almost 24 hours waking. My entire waking life has been on the internet for the last like 10 years. Sobriety equals no on computer all the fucking time. And yeah, I get it. You're not sober, no. You do mushrooms and psychedelics and you do LSD still and you smoke weed and you're fucking drinking all the time. I am California sober. I'm not real sober. But that's a huge step considering how depraved I was. I'll give you 3 horses, 2 muskets, 20 pellets, and a small child. Hey, man, I've sold my country for less. But, like, I'm just really grateful that you guys don't have to know how shitty I was. The political situation in Russia's North Caucasus were escalated throughout the summer of 1999. Then on August 7th, the real war broke out when a group of Chechen fighters led by Samil Basiev and Ibn Khattab invaded Dagestan. Dagestan mentioned! Meme song! Wait. Give me like a meme conspiracy sound.
Damn, son.
Dagestan mentioned! Okay, anyway. The political... August 9th, Russian President Boris Yeltsin fired the Premier Sergei Stephenson and appointed FSB Director and Security Council Secretary Vladimir Putin in his stead. Yeltsin also named Putin as his successor. The new leader's obvious first and main task was to lower the general temperature in the Caucasus. Even though we're outlawed in Russia, we continue to deliver exclusive report. Okay, this is them trying to get me to buy their shitty newsletter. No! You can't have my cookies. You can't have my money. I don't care who the government sends. I refuse to care about Russia. Anyway, August 20th, Russian air forces began bombing Chechnya. Fierce fighting broke out in Dagestan, Kodory Valley. Soon, everyone in Russia knew the name of local villages like Karamaki and Chabanmaki. The evening, September 4th, the residential building was blown up in the Boynetsk in Dagestan, the 30 kilometers, 18 miles from the closest military action. Okay, so they went out of their way to bomb a civilian apartment separate from the military action, from the uprisings preventing the succession and firing to put Putin in power. A series of terrorist attacks killed more than 300 people and injured 1,500. At first, when it came to the responsibility for the attacks, neither official investigations nor public seriously considered the theory, other than a Chechen connection. All I know about Russia is their internet piracy. They're great at internet piracy. Yeah, almost every safe site that I still use to this day is a Russian fucking DNS. Clearly to get rid of the evidence for the alien in Turkestan. You're just like, I don't like how fucking Arabic you sound. What was his name? What was his name? He had a very Arabic sounding name. Shamil Basayev and Ibn el-Kabat. That fucking Egnin el-Kabat is fucking Arabic sounding name to me. We don't take kindly to Muslims. They love Jews though, don't they? They used to like burn down all the mosques and the churches, but not the fucking synagogues. They used to love the Jews. Let's see. The main goal of terrorism was to frighten people. The vigilante citizenism. There you go, sugar. November 22nd. Okay, so this happened on the same day in a different city. Another bomb went off, but it was a car. It wasn't the actual building. It went off in the building's courtyard. And people tried to attach the 3 deaths to the bombing that happened on the same day in a different town. So I don't think the secondary bombing was them widely spreading the terroristic message. I believe that this might have been just circumstantial, almost targeted. An abandoned car without a license with a bomb in it, killing 3 people, injuring 6 more. 9 people impacted. That's definitely not on the same scale. Okay, so apartment buildings. More like an apartment block, but yeah, it did blow up. And a result of political turmoil by the people who lived in this area, but separate from the conflict, which is interesting. I wonder who lived in this building. The 3 buildings that were blown up in the succession of this 1999 apartment building were all 3 owned by the same people. This might have been a personal gripe, or that building in specifically was favoring a certain type of demographic, that the people being pushed out of government and pushed further away from Chechnya did not align with. I'm thinking that this building was exclusively for people who aligned with the political goals of what Russia wanted to become after Putin was installed. So those people didn't fucking like that. But do I think it was specifically formulated by the government in order to add drama, propagandize the whole movement of power and shit like that? No. Whoa, Tubi! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted! I'm so sorry I've been abandoning memberships! Grats! Nick me, grats! Oh, D-Swap's here! Splicer, your boy, Fritz Krieger, Nick Schwa, Scabarol, KMZDF. It's probably because I do KMFDM songs all the time. Brown's Brows, Fallen Photo, Super Merc. Oh, there's some good names there. Are all members now. I'll try to beat the depression demons down. I'm gonna get back to hand cams and other members' content. And we were talking about 1984. Maybe I'll read books too there instead of just the manga. Thank you so much. Did Radko get one? No, never. I have actually a code in place right now that prevents Radko from ever getting anything ever. Not only here on YouTube, but on every platform I participate in. Take that, Radko! Anyway. Do I believe this was like a government orchestrated fake terrorism thing that's sources this? I know. I think this is people who are mad that they were getting gentrified and took that gentrification building and blew it the fuck up. And I can think of some hipster quarters in my personal area that are taking over streets that used to be lined with our hookers, our honest working hard working hookers and drug dealers are now micro breweries and used bookstores. Nobody asked for that. Vegan bakeries. Gentrification sucks. And if I can go blow up those fuck-ass hippies and their stupid curly beards, I would do it too. If I want an $8 coffee, I'll go to Starbucks, not you no-name motherfuck local artisanal cruelty-free coffee manufacturer. Fuck you, I'm going to McDonald's. Fuck you, hippies. I have a feeling that this is people who resisted the change that was happening in Russia and pushed back a gentrified neighborhood. That's my theory on this theory. I think it's red-pilled. I think there are people out there who believe the full of it, but I personally am not convinced. Outside of the facts that I can see and the assumptions that I am making. The gentrification thing, 100% an assumption, but all 3 buildings were owned by the same person who was starting to buy up a lot of land in that specific area, who was anti-Putin. And it's hard to not make that correlation as a person who lives with a slumlord. I specifically want my coffee to be made from unethically sourced coffee beans. Yes, I want to taste the tears of the brown children who picked my Arabica bean. Who wants to take a shot? Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. I'm not even close to drunk yet, and it's been 3 hours. It's actually kind of sad. I'm so caught in the yap, dog. I'm sorry. And before I do one theory an hour and this becomes like a 10-part series of me just talking shit. Drinking spicy mead. I want to see pictures. Are you in the Discord? I want to see pictures of your mead setup. I'm so interested in people who make their own alcohol. People who make their own anything. People who exist outside of a system that I am unable to break free from, because not only have I been poor my entire life, I am now as a disabled person entangled in the system for disability checks. Like I'm 100% government funded anime girl. So I want to live vicariously through the people who garden and like fix their own cars and build cool machines to make their lives easier. And please, let me live through you, because I'm so entangled in the system I hate so much and I don't know how to break free. How do I storage it? Storage what? Oh, the mead. Yeah, I want to know. I used to have a friend who had an uncle that lived across side the compound, yes, compound, that their grandma had. And on the other side, they had 3 other hippie chicks in shacks, and they would all fucking make moonshine together in those shacks. And I was the drunkest teenager in all the lands because I knew that guy when I was underage. So I was like, oh, I gotta talk to strangers and get them to buy me liquor at the liquor store. No, I gotta go across the street of my friend Jeremy's house, talk to Uncle Bud and be like, can I have 2 pints of that banana moonshine? Thank you. Goodbye. It's on tap, baby. On tap. Usually warm as fuck. Like actually gross. Tastes like, you ever have that ear infection medicine? That tastes like chalky banana runts? It was like that, but mixed with Everclear. It was so good. Chalky banana runts Everclear. Hell yeah. Street lights causing interference. Bro. This might be schizo shit. I've never heard of that. What do people think? Okay, what do people think street lights are up to then? This might be like the 5G shit, right? But like on a more primitive scale, because this is an older tech. Because like motion detection lighting has been around since like what, the 60s? It's been around. Interference. I have no idea. Street lights equals the back rooms. You walk between those 3 street lights that are too close together and you no clip. High voltage syndrome. So people believe living in domestic areas cause them passing through different light disruptions, unnatural light disruptions, cause them to experience on a regular basis interruptions and paranormal phenomena. So there's people living in towns who are convinced artificial light is interfering their protection from psychic attacks. from paranormal sources. Oh god, I almost don't even want to read any further. This is some schizo shit. It was Edison. Edison's harvesting your soul and exposing you to demonic interactions. Schizo conspiracy. Everyone who was completely forgotten with no trace got left transported in the back rooms. Ooh, we'll add that one. Just kidding. I don't know how to do that. Damn, having their light flow disrupted. Talk about hippies. I know! People who think that their chi is unaligned from harsh sounds and loud music. Kidding. I actually believe that to some degree, I do believe light and sound have a lot to do with our how we alchemize the programming and perception of the world around us. Because like sight is light. We wouldn't be able to see detail without light. And then people who are on different planes of mental structures, like autistic people or schizophrenics and stuff like that, potentially do have interference with light. I personally can hear every power line. I can hear every street light. I can hear every outlet in my house if I'm not wearing my noise canceling headphones. Like dead ass. Like it's so much more than hearing your fridge running or something like that, you know? Like it's not even something that's even describable as a legible hearing. You hear like the hum of the frequency beneath the sound itself. Like it's so hard to explain without sounding completely retarded, but like you can feel the static in the air when you are surrounded by electric things. Me sitting here in my computer, I only feel said static in my front and to my left where my tower is. Behind me, I do not feel that frequency disruption. So I can... Wait, this is making me sound so fucking crazy. I can isolate my sensory perception of frequency destruction based on the electricity beside and to my left and differentiate it from the feeling I get to my back and my right. So sensory disruption from electricity, I do believe this is unironically real. I experienced this. Shut up! The buzzing from fluorescent lights stresses me out more than anything. See, that is something you can audibly hear and most people can audibly hear. We're talking about the hum beneath audibility. Because you can feel frequency without hearing and processing it as a sound. Now, I feel the same as for light. In this specific case, light as the distributing factor. The more light you have, the more you can see. This is the inevitable truth of people with eyes. Now with the people with eyes and then the sensory perception, we'll call it I wouldn't even call it discrepancy. Divergence. A sensory perceptive divergence. This is not even, yeah, exactly. It's not even a conspiracy theory. This is just people, again, acknowledge the fact that you are meat, water, and electricity whirling around atoms right now. You are, as a people, you are so alchemically attuned with the electronics around you. I'm actually concerned to the people who cannot feel the frequency disruption. Now, do I believe that frequency disruption is out there specifically? Yeah, cells are capacitors. Exactly! Human cells are capacitors. They are transfers of energy, and I believe energy cannot be destroyed. It can be added to, it can be moved to another place, it can be depleted, but it cannot be destroyed in its entirety. When you're adding additional noise, when you're adding additional factors like lights that turn on without your consent or, just being around light that doesn't naturally occur in your personal space does make those people who have that extra sensory perception feel a certain way. And when that person, let's really acknowledge right here, autism and and schizophrenia have so much in common when it comes to the deficit of the chemicals our brains are trying to provide with each other and how we're navigating specific survival scenarios, right? There's a lot of things that autism and schizophrenia have a lot in common, and they're obviously usually misdiagnosed unless there's a catalyst that throws you over the edge and puts you into psychosis. There's a lot of dormant schizophrenics who don't know they're schizophrenics. There's a lot of stressed out autistics who confuse and have been clinically confused with burnout and overwhelm, who are diagnosed as schizophrenic by accident and now have to go the rest of their life obsessed with the fact that they now believe that they're schizophrenic, right? They all have those obsessive tendencies. They have that norepinephrine deficit. They have that dopamine inability to make the dopamine travel. Like, there's a lot of parallels when it comes to the two diseases, and they're often diagnosed interchangeably. And one of those factors is frequency sensitivity. And one of those factors that isn't there is psychosis. So if an individual who has in their past experienced a psychosis, and that's what puts them from divergent spectrum to neurodivergent activated, accelerated, right? So, do I believe the phenomenon that those lights disrupt certain receptors, I guess? Yes. Those lights are there, they're unnatural, they are controlled by the presence of an individual, and sometimes a squirrel will run by, is not noticed, it turns on itself. Whoa, oh my god, I can't believe this anomalous thing just happened in front of me. Well, I didn't see that squirrel, therefore it must have been some sort of fucking weird reason, right? Yes, I do believe that. Street lights are everywhere. A lot of the people who experience psychosis and who are diagnosed are metropolitan, which means they are surrounded by artificial light sources outside of their home. The bigger the town you get, the closer you are to said artificial light force. I believe this happens. Do I believe the conspiracy theory that it is an intentional plant specifically to disrupt all people? No. Do I believe the people who believe that specific part of this conspiracy theory are currently experiencing extraordinary divergence from what we consider as a community neurotypicality, right? Yes, I do believe that. And I do believe that they believe that. And I do believe that there is interference when it comes to sensory perception. Humans have not had a majority of what we relied on 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago, fuck, 200 years ago, fuck, 25 years ago. Genetic memory is afraid of the advancements we are making so fast. Genetic memory is telling me, like, oh, I have a magnet in my pocket constantly listening to me all the time. Fear! Fear, fear, fear! But also distraction, dopamine. Give me, I lack that mentally. So yeah, I'm gonna have conflicting feelings about electronic interferences into my life because genetic memory tells me this shit didn't exist back when I survived long enough to evolve to where I am today. So that disrupts. It's like seeing a face that doesn't align as what you expect, and it gives you uncanny valley. You're experiencing a technology that your genetic memory has never even started to comprehend. You're the first person diving into that. Yeah, you're gonna think there is something underneath it. You want to explain it away. And it's so human to give definitions to things that you don't understand, even if they don't make sense. Uncanny Valley with Burn. Yeah, it's a little spicy going down because those people are now refusing to leave their houses because they think the government is monitoring them through fucking street lamps. No, your government's monitoring you through the Wi-Fi that you're posting about your psychosis lab. That and the nature of psychosis lab. Exactly. I would put it down there, but I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt. We're gonna put it Get It Warmer, actually. I don't particularly care. I can acknowledge that I have sensory perception divergence when it comes to disruption from outside things that you know, are just everywhere. Electricity is everywhere, dude. Do I think it is a global conspiracy to monitor my movements, to change the weather? There are people out here who think it's to detect motion is so much more than that, right? The Wi-Fi bounces off your body. I wish that was true. No, it burrows in and then it reads your mind. There are people who think that you don't even need to speak out loud what you want. The algorithm would treat it to you, and they think it's mind reading. No, you have a camera on you constantly. You have a microphone open constantly. I'm using an iPhone to track right now. It's collecting my visual memory and my voice right now. My body language is huge because of how I react to things, how my pupils dilate, how I perceive what I am being shown and reacting to it. That is what people are assuming is mind reading. No, it's because you scroll past something and you stop. You pay attention so your eyes dilate and then focus. You open your eyes wider because the video is dark. Therefore, they're going to think you're interested in ghost videos and they're going to feed you nothing but ghost videos. I really want to get the Nothing phone. You guys ever heard of the Nothing phone? I really, really hate having a phone with a camera and a mic active all the time. Government watching me through my phone camera, real. I long to believe that our technology has progressed way too fast than our brains can take in. And I think that discrepancy right there is why a lot of conspiracy theories tie into people's misunderstanding of the alchemy that is electronic advancement. Every second counts when you read your algorithm. You could tell when you're watching something tense, it'll track you holding your breath. If you're watching something gross, it'll track your grimace. But if that grossness doesn't make you scroll away, you know what it's going to do? It's going to show you more ISIS beheadings. You're going to stumble across that shit. You linger a little bit too long on a video of some guy's weird dick, you're gonna get alien porn on your Twitter feed. Just because you couldn't help but look at that guy with the fingers growing out of his foreskin. You guys see that? I still think that's an AI video. Like, why are you showing me this, but now I'm so enthralled that I can't look away? ASMR? No? Is that a thing you guys want? Would you guys want me to try ASMR one day? I don't know if I have the voice for that. You guys can like hear my saliva and like how much I smoke all the time. Isn't that gross? What's the point of privacy? At what point does it become an invasion of privacy? You agreed to the terms of service. Humans have no right to complain when they've already accepted the consequences of the actions they're about to take before they even take it or understand it. You being on YouTube in an account that is signed in, you have consented to all the advancements made without your perception. Not that I'm sure they email you about those updates, but does that make you delete your account? No. You're complacent. I'm complacent. If anything, I'm feeding it. You listening to me yap is going to destroy your algorithm, and now you're going to be fed things about the digital leviathan. Mass surveillance. Kabbalistic elite alliances. Right? If you weren't getting that already, you're definitely going to get it now. Especially if you were listening on a Wi-Fi or internet connection. Oh wait, you have no choice because they don't let you own your fucking media! I'm sorry. I'm just mad. Run it back. I really, really miss hard copy media. I got an old Nokia. I use it to drill and break a camera and I'm like, oh! That's actually like the best, most base schizo move you can do. Man, see, do you want to know a funny thing? This is another conspiracy. I think VTubers are a part of the catalyst of the conspiracy of algorithm tracking because they do not make the technology available without using the tools that surveil the most. I am incapable of tracking myself without an iPhone, without agreeing to several layers to have that iPhone connect through my Wi-Fi to my PC. In order for me to be here making this conspiracy yap to you and bringing, let's really come down to it, I'm a fucking hypocrite by being here right now on this platform right now, going against everything I believe in. And then messages that ultimately are going to be discounted as like retarded schizo analysis of the world around me from a person who, let's frankly, never leaves their house and relies almost solely on delivery apps and shit. Like, I am not your martyr. I'm just a cuddly, cute, two-dimensional package to make the hard shit easier to digest. Of course, I'll be the Grand Wizard. I'm the red one. Never Sikia Hoya. All for entertainment purposes only, yes, and I also have no plans on killing myself. I can't be Jesus, I'm not Jew. Yeah, that's the neighbor with the really fucking loud-ass Dodge Charger. It's so fucking loud, dude. It's soup to shit. It's so chromed out. It's a cool car. It's a cool car, but he's kind of an asshole, and he has to rev it every time he drives. He's like those guys in South Park. I hate that guy. Yeah, I'm Cain and I'll live forever. The Black Pope. Okay, see this Pope conspiracy, I actually wholeheartedly believe in the black and gray popes, you guys. I know I was all like blah 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 religion, blah blah blah, don't just subscribe to any theology, but boy oh boy do I believe in the fucking gray and black pope. And the Pope, I also believe in the papal bloodlines, and I also believe they tie into the Aramaic draconic bloodlines, and I also believe those same bloodlines feed into the royal empires and the 13 families. Like, oh god, I'm so deep in this shit. Oh. So there's this theory, right? That goes back to, let's call it papal nobility, where the Pope wasn't a matter of election. The Pope was as formatively, let me get my thoughts together. In formation, the papal lineage was always a bloodline, following suit with other bloodline mentalities that was going on in the whole fucking proto-Christian Catholic Church spawning off Christianity, early Europe, Roman Catholicism, all that shit, right? Those are the Crusaders, all that ties into this whole era of where the Pope was always a bloodline thing. And there is a belief that these bloodlines go way back to what is mentioned in deep Gnostic texts as real God, false God type stuff, right? Demiurgos type stuff, right? And those bloodlines also come from noted books of Gnosticism that also mentions that the Nephilim bred with human women to create giants, blah 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 blah. Oh god, me believing in Gnosticism. I don't believe this specifically. I believe that the familial structure comes from this belief, and the whole bloodline structure comes from this belief. I believe that the whole Rothschild, Rockefeller, 13 family conspiracy also rooted in this belief. I can believe that ideologies are rooted in beliefs that I don't believe in. Does that make sense? I'm gonna stand on this hill right now. I personally do not believe in any Abrahamic sect of religion. Familial bonds are a product of evolutionary psychology. It is, and I was just about to get to that point where this advancement, this containment of genetic stock was was adopted by all sorts of things, and this was nothing to do with specifically just religion, right? This was for anything to keep power in power, to like, humans used to not live very long, right? To keep humans living as long as possible, to breed humans who were capable of giving births, and that kind of led to them only considering valuable stocks because money became more of an important factor and land became an important factor. So it was less about genetic appraisal of survival code and shit like that to take advantage of and move forward. It was more like all leftist theory is rooted in Gnosticism. Just the morality in general. The philosophy of morality in general is rooted in Gnosticism. And again, I was raised super spiritual native. We didn't have that shit until the colonizer came, right? Anyway, this belief touched every part of the early world that formed the nations that we have today, right? DNA is the only half-life of 80 years. Exactly, but they didn't know that back then, right? They didn't know every 7 years your cells reproduce and you are not the same person physically, right? They didn't know what it was like to age past a certain era. And then they would say, oh, this person's 60, but they're dying from something we don't understand. Therefore, we're going to cut them from the genetic stock. They would take these genetic stocks as singular families across nations and trade breeding stock between those singular families because they're like considering themselves the best. They didn't bother looking amongst the serfs and peasants to find those who could be equivalent to their genetic bloodline. To the point where they refined it so much that almost every fucking empirical leader in the early 13th century and shit like that, and like Renaissance time and medieval times and all of that, resorted to essentially incest, because at a point during that cycle they're all related, right? And that's how they started all getting a little funny looking, and the weird teeth and the no jaw and all that shit. That there's people who believe that ideology kept going in the papal area, right? And then to borrow from Gnosticism again, they really they focused on the, what was it? The ladder. What was the ladder called? It was like the chaos ladder or something, which a lot of people associate with Freemasonry and like the pyramid and like the pyramid of ownership of humanity in and of itself. And above these 13 families is the 3 popes, and above the 3 popes is the false god, right? We're going back to the pope theory. And then in that theory, there's a black pope, a gray pope, and a white pope. White pope is the figure that is elected. It is the face of the brand that is the Vatican. Now, the black pope and the gray pope are not named by Catholic. Not anymore, anyway. They used to be identified. Why all these popes? Well, one is a figurehead, right? One is the beacon, one is the distraction. But the popes with the actual power in this string of ideology, historically tied to bloodlines specifically being popes, and that being disintegrated over time to make it like an election system, people believe that the popes still exist, right? And these dynasties of families are still around and are currently actively in places like of power. They're like oligarchs in places of like Italy and Venice and whatever. The families have like a lot of different properties, way more control, and a lot of political alignments and things like that. Let's see, the names of people. I'd have to go into like the conspiracy theory more here. Let me. So right now, See if I can find the current black, or people who they think who is the current black and gray pope, because it changes, right? And they're always in the quote-unquote bloodline of the predecessor. And then people are believing that they control the world too, which is interesting. There's also people who believe that like the gray pope is like draconian, and then the black pope is Nephilim, and then the only human pope is the white pope. Ah, fuck, I need there's like a whole thing about there's an Italian family right now who keeps getting accused of that, and I don't remember his name. Adolfo Nicolas, living in Spain. People believe he was one of them at one point. Oh man, I wish I could find the fucking schizo that was ranting about this, but there is a person right now who's got mafioso ties that go back to like the 1700s and shit. I wish I fucking kept that shit. And there's people who believe there's houses all over the world too that align with this shit. The houses of the unholy. Let's see here. Which ties into these oligarchic families around the world, like Elon Musk's family, for instance. Touch on these global oligarchic families that have been around since like hundreds and hundreds of years. They had their own little enclave separate from the empires, but still had a lot of influence in and monopolies. They were always business owners, right? They always were the people in charge of stuff like the silk trade and things like that. Those have always been familial owned. Those have never been just government bodies. Those are personal businesses operating under the protection of the government and to the benefit of what secret society is that is hunted Freemasons. Was it that hunted Freemasons? Ah, oh, there's just so much going on here. Today, not so different, but the described message. So the black family nobilities from Britain is the Saxe, Coburg, and Gotha. Belgium is also the Saxe and Gotha. Belgium and Britain, a lot of the royalties have exchanged between the two. Saxe-Coburg is the modern Elizabethan era family and continued to have power over Europe, and the same bloodline currently has power over Belgium as well. House of Hanover and Witten. Hanover. What did Hanover do again? I would have to go and individualize every single one. There's the House of Bourbon in Spain, House of Merovingian in France, House of Orange in the Netherlands, House of Habsburg in Austria, House of Grimaldi in Monaco. Some of these names are going to sound familiar because they have had a lot of power. Are the names of banking systems, property management corporations, oil companies, and shit like that. Italy, the House of Guelph and Savoy. Russia is currently occupied by the House of Guelph. Sweden, the House of Bernadotte. Norway, the House of Wilstenbach. Denmark, the House of Oldenburg. Portugal, the House of Braganza. Romania, the House of Bazinga. Romania, the House of Hohenzollern. Serbia, the House of Karađorđević. Luxembourg, the House of Dessau. Albania, the House of Gozu. The House of Guelph descends from the Este bloodline. They ruled Italy and are the origins of the Venice Black Nobilites. The House of Windsor, and thus the Queen of England, Elizabeth, and were also a part of the House of Guelph and the House of Saxon. The Guelph is intertwined with German aristocracy through the House of Hanover, and would take several pages of mentioning all their connections. Almost all European royal families originate from those black nobilites' houses. House of Bazinga! Having power to print money is not that where the real power lies. Controlling the natural resources and armies does. Yeah, that's the one thing. A lot of these people were in control of wood, control of stone, control of oil. They were in control of spice trades. They were controlled of international acquisitions. The families were also in charge of almost every example of cross-ocean colonialism that we have. They can all tie back to these family houses underneath one pope known as the Black Pope, which used to be lineage based until in the mid 1800s we added the figurehead pope we know today as the elected official. Now the gray pope is like a concept that branched off as like an in-between. I think the gray pope is more of a conspiracy theory than the black pope is, because the black pope is tied head of the Jesuits. Yes, exactly. And also it because of the type of separation that the church wanted to have after a lot of the empires were established. They kind of took ownership of that, went back to the empires, and enabled the idea of oligarchy over monarchy. And corporations and figureheads started to control kingdoms rather than the monarchs themselves. So there are people who also believe that the papal separation that happened before the 1900s is what also was the powder keg of prioritizing commerce, power over land ownership. If this is true, this makes one of my biggest enemies towards the goal. Oh, look it up. It's actually really fascinating. And like, I'm not going to go through the list of genetic connections, just family lineages. You can literally pinpoint Peter Thiel's family back to these family. You can pinpoint Elon Musk's family back to those families. You can take Crowley's family back to those families. You can take the Epsteins back to those families, because they also didn't discriminate the kingdoms that they enabled and then subsequently took control of. The idea of oligarchy and power as a catalyst to reach godliness is like Gnostic level ancient shit, but it didn't have actual footholding in inspiring and creating the sociological systems that we have to deal with today until the 1800s. Everyone is an enemy in the end of the iceberg. Absolutely. And the only ones who survive are the ones who are willing to fucking relax and float to the surface. I think... Where did I put it? Black Pope. I think the papacy being a bloodline thing was real. Everything was a bloodline thing. I think the separation was real. I think the morality separation that created the Vatican and separated Catholicism from the royals was necessary and very real, but it didn't stop. It didn't stop with the Black Pope bloodline set in motion. If anything, it accelerated it, because the empire still wanted the grace of God. They all still believed in God, but they didn't want to have that God in the alliance with what the white quote-unquote Pope assumed God wanted from us. And then also from that point, within the next 100 of years, a lot more sects started to branch off, because a lot of Christian sects didn't exist until after that point as well. You think this is schizo? That's the whole point, right? It's for your entertainment only. Are you Catholic by chance? A lot of people are in denial about how many filters Catholicism has gone through. How many royals has modified the rules of religion over the last couple of 100 years, and how many people used religion specifically to service their own intentions and not the intentions of mankind. You know what I'm saying? Strongly American. That's my favorite religion. I love cheeseburger. I love cheeseburger. Do I think... I think there's like... This doesn't mention the Grey Pope. I'm not going to tie it into this whole neutrality bullshit, Facebook mom spirituality shit. Do I think the popes recently are starting to resist oligarchy more aggressively than they have before? I do think that is kind of a sign of them realizing the separation and the true consequences of isolating yourself as a sovereign figurehead of a religion that is literally snowballed in so many directions, you know? And even before Catholicism was a thing, it was still in the process of separating and snowballing into what we know as the religions of the world today. I think I am red-pilled on this. I think there's so many connections that tie back to things that I truly believe in that it's hard to not consider it as a potential thing. And I can see how people get fully engulfed in the belief that this impacts way more than on the surface is like we're aware of, you know? But do I think it's 100% the truth? I think there's so much more factors contributing, and I think all those same families still being a part of the 1% is a hard to deny tying factor. Okay, so I'm gonna red pill that, but I don't know if it's factual, and I don't know if it's specifically what it was, because religion's gone through so many minds and hands that are self-serving that I don't think the Black Pope as it was formatively is anywhere close to what it was or what it is now, you know? Do you think paganism being made mainstream is a psyop? Yes, because those same people, the scientific advancements people, were a part of the movement that rejected the rejection of paganism and then modified it to be self-serving yet again, which is what humans do. And that's how we got a hold of stuff like non-secular things like Wiccans and people who are polytheistic throughout multiple religions, thinking that they are some sort of magical conduit for God's messages or a manifestation beacon or some shit like that. Like, it's so human to do that. And people like Crowley really took everything he possibly could from every rejected pagan religion, compiled them into one source material. Like, he took from Africa, he took from Asia, he took from India, he took from anywhere convenient, he took from old Abrahamic texts, he took from solemnistic fiction, he took from Lovecraftian fiction, he took from Egyptian history, he took from Mayan culture, what he thought would service himself the best, and then organized people who chose to do that, like to share that belief. He was a Freemason for a while, and he separated from Masonry and took a few Masons with him and established what we know now as Wicca. And yeah, the Thor hammer guys are a little different, but yeah, that's the same idea though. You pick and choose, you cherry pick paganism for what you think serves you, where ultimately paganism typically is to serve nature, and most gods within paganism are more figureheads for a concept than actual ephemeral beings, you know? Google Apollo affair and the Vela incident. Okay. Should have specified modern paganism. Well, I think paganism at the time where everything was separated were all just doing their own thing. But once it's separated, that's when people realize that religion can be used to self-serve and establish morality and control populations and stuff like that. And then when they saw that, they kind of cherry-picked, and then it became these like things like Luciferianism and Wicca and shit like that. You know what I mean? Definitely as cringe as me, an unironic communist that I've met. Yeah, I mean, I put it in the same thing. When you take a political ideology just because you don't like your job, because you think it would be easier, that doesn't really mean that you're changing the world by believing that your specifically life would be easier if you adopted a different sociology or a different philosophy on life, right? Self-serving. Gods in paganism are more like natural forces than gods. Exactly. That's the thing, though. Is it's just the monotheism towards the abstract concept of polytheism. It's like even Greeks were only identified as individuals in a poetic sense. Even the deepest Hellenistic individual does not believe that all this shape-shifting and astral romance drama rape bullshit was going on with real people. They were all concepts, and the people were more vehicles of the concept. Neolitism is understandable. Being a communist is mongoloid behavior. I take offense to that as a Mongol. I'm offended. Please leave my chat. But I think that people followed suit, right? Monkey see, monkey do. The separation of paganism made it that much more appealing. You can't have that cookie. Well, you better believe I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night and take that fucking cookie only because you said I couldn't have it right now. But religion is the cookie. Paganism, as it is now, is such a self-serving bastardization of hundreds of concepts that kept people surviving for thousands of years. Not that kind of mongoloid. What other kind is there? Padre Pio was a fraud. Is this another priest? Padre Pio. Padre Pio. It's like a kid show host. I don't know what this one is. This is a little deep cut for me. Who knows though? These deep cuts I usually know once they start talking about like the news report and stuff, or like what they did. I don't remember the name of the person. I'm like, oh, I know what that is. What the fuck? Alright. Let's see. We'll go to the Catholic news source. John the 23rd believed Padre Pio, the hugely popular Capuchin monk who was canonized in 2002 as a saint, was fraud, who had incorrect relations with women and whose soul was in danger, according to a Vatican document unearthed by an Italian historian. Sergio Luzzatto, whose book Padre Pio's The Other Christ is to be published next week after 6 years of research. When was that? Okay, so this is 2004. Claims as though Padre Pio has faked his... Oh, I do remember this! In 2004! Guy accused him of faking his stigmata and tried to get him removed from the sainthood. I remember this! I actually do remember this. Okay. Mr. Luzzatto said his discoveries did not detract from Padre Pio's importance about religious history or his power to attract millions of followers. He said Benedict XV and Pius VI had also been skeptical about the monk, but Pius VII had encouraged the Padre Pio cult into acceptance, as did Paul VI and John Paul II, who has presided over the canonization process. Early 1960s, receipt of very serious information, according regarding Padre Pio in San Giovanni Rotondo. Okay. So he found a diary, I guess, in the Rotondo library. It's like a religious library. In Italy. Okay. What did I say though? In calmness of That's the Pope of that day. I want to know what the letter said though. Hey. Monsignor named in his letters named 3 of Padre Pio's most faithful female followers as Cleonilde or Caldi, Tina Bellone, and Olga Lessi, as well as a mysterious countess, telling the Pope was suspected their devotion of a monk was no more than nearly spiritual. Aldo Cazzulli, a writer in religious affairs, noted that John XXIII, former Aglio Roncalli, had disliked and mistrusted Padre Pio. So people thought he was a whore. Many women claimed to have had sexual relations with this man, and then also that he cheated on them with a mysterious countess. Why did he fake stigmata though? Where are we getting that from? This letter also claims that he had an opioid dependency, and at the time it was normal for injections. So wait, he was a heroin addict, and people thought his heroin scars was stigmata, so they deified him, and then like 160 years later they were like, here's some evidence of him being a man whore and an injectable heroin addict. Okay. We got to the meat of it. I was getting a little bored there for a second. Okay. Padre Pio was a fraud, bro. He was just carrying on. He was a small-time priest in a small town and a small clergy. He never made it past being just a deacon. Like, he didn't even make it past deacon. He was a low-level priest. He was deified because of bleeding scars on his hands. Huge bleeding scars and impalement marks. The fucking syringes back then were the size of the horse syringes right now. Do I think it's enough to convince me of him conning the entire popehood into believing he should be deified? No. He was a small town drug addict priest who broke his monkhood and fucking was found dead with impalement marks in his wrists and palms. I'm sure there was holes everywhere else too nobody looked for. And then some guy in some book who found his corpse was like, stigmata! Oh my god. Is it really conning though? Because it was so small town. I'm sure nobody was being like, let me check your cock. You know that one song? Let me smell your dick. I know who you've been with. You remember that shit? Why, if you did nothing wrong, just let me smell your dick. They should have did that to Padre, and then they didn't have to deify him. They just had to check him for the dinky stinky. He's a literal preacher from RDR2. Quite literally, and I'm sure he wasn't the only one who was absolutely hopped the fuck off on the ether. People would just fucking chloroform themselves to feel something back in those eras. Like, come on, dude. He lied to us, he wasn't the saint, he didn't stigmata. No, fuck, he was just a junkie and y'all reaching! I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care, dude. I don't fucking care. Oak Island. Oak Island Mystery. That sounds like it could be a Hardy Boys book. It's giving Nancy Drew. No, Drew in the Oak Island Mystery. Oh Corny boots. What is this? I have no idea what this is. Apparently I knew what the last one was too, and I learned something new today. Fuck, I can't believe they went over 100 years thinking this guy wasn't a junkie. I hope when people find my corpse, I get that sort of deification too. Somebody put me into sainthood. Okay? I got about, I don't know, 15 years max left in my lifespan. Deserved it. Missed out on a really good coke. Ah, yeah, he should have calmed down on the opium. He was about 30 years away from coke. Oh, you old. 37 is pretty old. Nobody really lives past 50 anymore anyway. It's overrated. What am I gonna do past 50? Get dementia? Nah, I don't want that. 1 foot in the grave. Yeah, my big toe. Dip my big toe in the grave. Oak Island Mystery. American Treasure and Pirates? Okay, wait, no, I don't know what this is, but I'm really interested now. American Pirates! Alright, okay. The world's longest and most extensive treasure hunt happened at Oak Island, fascinating people for generations. This is Canadian! This is in Nova Scotia! Okay. Apparently since the 1960s to this very day, people are searching the quote-unquote money pit, a deep shaft said in the ocean, said to hold gold, silver, biblical treasures, and depending on who you ask. So this probably ties into the whole Mormon ideology that fucking God was or Jesus was in America, and America is Israel. It's like, why would they believe there's biblical artifacts underneath Nova Scotia? Get the ship and go searching for gold. Yeah, there's an idea. Somalian pirates, I'll just put you all on a ship if this YouTube thing breaks down, and we'll go treasure hunting until we die. Huh? Nice. Good night, Dead Space. 1965 Reader's Digest, it's all the same. About some part in the evacuation of the shaft. Water starts flooding into the space. Okay. So this was a digging operation that happened. A miner hit a deposit. And then there was some mysterious shit in the deposit that a miner hit. And then it got dug out so grievously, 1965. So between the 1960 and 1965, it attracted so many people to this excavation point / treasure hunt that it flooded, and they started to dig out other possible shafts nearby, waterways gushing in eventually sooner or later. So there's an entire network of underground tunneling of man-made waterways due to them trying to find whatever treasure was in here that this miner who claimed to stumble across was unable to relocate. God, this has Mormon typed all over it, dude. Perhaps interesting is the fact that the drilling before the water appears has often uncovered more strange things. Modern technology did a 140-foot deep core drilling encounter. They encountered under the water metal, oak, and cement seemingly placed by humans until hitting a solid deposit of iron. Underwater cameras and others shows what appears to be the corpses as well as chests, but after a number of diving attempts, the treasure remains elusive. Though they were able to reach it with cameras, they were not able to reach it with divers. Pressure changes due to the tunneling, perhaps? Pirates have raided vessels off the coast of Africa that took spoils back to the Caribbean and off the coast of Florida. Who's to say that some didn't get artifacts in the raid? There was a huge effort to prevent England from taking stuff too. That ended into a lot of trades with what are they called? The Caribbeans and stuff like that. Here's a pirate ship for sale right now for 500K. Oh man, probably build one for half that. We're building our own ship. We ain't buying no Kijiji ass ship. Fuck that. Okay. Oak Island Memorial. There's a memorial there of people who lost their lives in the initial expedition. Digging. One of them was unknown. And then apparently, the Maynard guy who found the original deposit, no one believed him until the 1960s, and he died in 1897. So this is early. This is proto conspiracy theory. No one went back for until decades later, and then subsequently was unable to find anything. Easy. So the hole has treasures. Apparently, that can, and strange mineral deposits separating the treasures from the dig sites that initially were in the sea. This is people doing a exploration and magnetic sonar type mapping and literally putting camera drone submersibles to explore this. But then when they try as humans to get there, they are unable to. That does add an air of mystery. The most recent theory happened when somebody produced a book called the Oak Island Encyclopedia. His name is William Phipps. An explorer named William Phipps from the 17th century. So this is after. No, this is still before. This actually aligns when the guy originally found it. The guy who died, and then nobody came to check it out a little while after. But apparently, a book from the era from the initial guy was found in a shipwreck of a Spanish galleon known as the Concepcion during one of his expeditions, and then turned into a book called the Oak Island Encyclopedia. He was encouraged by rogue Protestants, backed by King William III of the Netherlands, to go back and retrieve more. The money, he was told, would have been used to overthrow King James, and was an avid defender of Catholicism. King James is another reason why the Black Pope theory is so perpetuated. Concepcion. Yeah, this is tying into like conquistador, post-conquistador exploration shit. Phipps did go back and recovered additional silver coins. Okay, so someone in the 1700s went back, knowing only of the original discovery's conspiracy theory. Someone did go back. So it wasn't just the treasure hunter hobbyists that went back in the 1960s. Spain went back and recovered silver coins, pressed silver coins in these catacomb waterways. The British Crown had decided to booby trap the island to prevent anyone else to getting information, adding false tunnels and shafts to confuse future explorers. Okay, so that's why when they were tunneling, the new tunnels would always break into existing shafts that they didn't know was there and wasn't made by the modern explorers. There were shafts placed by the British Crown in order to distract on the pathway to the real treasure. Ooh, this is cool. So Canada's sitting on a shit ton of shipwrecks filled with biblical and colonial treasures to the Netherlands, Spain, and Britain, that they adamantly went out of their way to prevent future explorers from finding, that the documentation from the person who originally stumbled over those wreckages was discounted by the church of those colonial bodies, told that it was all bullshit, died thinking it was bullshit, even though Spain went back in an attempt of a recovery, and then had his diary found 100 years later. Well, no, like 70 years later. Only for those treasure hunters to be duped to this day by those tunnels that are there to dissuade access to the treasures. Something is down there that's worth being protected but was not able to be retracted, or what's the word? Taken out of the water. I forget the word for that. By the technology of that day. Maybe the technology now can do it, and that's why there's 3 countries right now in Nova Scotia studying this. Canada, the UK, and the Netherlands are all still extracted. Thank you. Are still all there studying, sending camera drones and submersibles, and nothing has been brought up out of it to prove that there's actual treasures outside of the coins. The coins themselves, the silver that they found. I scrolled a little further in this document. The silver that they found in those coins from Spain have been carbon dated and likened to 121-pound bars of silver found in a shipwreck of a British battalion next to Madagascar. So there are silver bars that match the carbon dating of the coins found under Nova Scotia, which is also a fact. Apparently there's a curse. People think you die because it's cursed. No, I think you die because people made an explicit effort to deter explorers. Pirates be getting around. I don't think this was pirates. I think these were empires, colonial empires, trying to bring their treasure to different places. And then, shipwrecks were so fucking common back then. There's so many underwater that we haven't even explored yet. But I have a feeling one of these participating bodies knows exactly what's down there, exactly why they want to prevent it. Do I think it's like some sort of super Catholic thing? Do I think they're trying to prevent other people? They wouldn't let Canada also look if they were trying to prevent people from finding stuff. I think more would have been found. People would claim ownership if this was factual, but I think there was something at some point that, like, why would several empires want to prevent the average Joe from getting in there? I'm gonna put this, I'm convinced there is something under there, and there was an explicit effort to prevent other people from finding it, all because that one average Joe mining guy stumbled across it by accident. That's all it really took for them to just go full blown, we don't want the normies to touch the shit. Damn, she's still going. How long have I even been here? 4 hours isn't that bad. People were always smart as today if they were just working with old technology. Exactly. And they had the tools to make preventative tunnel ways, to the point where to this day they're duping people who are able to sonically map down there. There's so many overlapping tunnels that they're unable to find a human-sized way to get in there without collapsing the whole structure. Because this document states that if they were to create more holes, that could just collapse the entire network of tunnels that is under Nova Scotia. Do I believe it's cursed? No. Do I believe like it's the Ark of the Covenant? No. Do I believe it's a fuck ton of wealth that was supposed to be traveled to Canada in order to reinforce the colonial activities? Yes. Timeline matches. I gotta put Oak Island on my list of things if I do progress in the main plot line enough. Yeah, that seems like a really fun bucket list scuba diving. Go get lost in the fucking tunnels of Oak Island. That's cool as fuck. I had no idea. But I learned something. That's the first one I've actually learned completely. I had no idea. No fucking clue. That's exciting. Learning is exciting. Oak Island is a trip. Yeah, and it's completely believable. Do I think there's like some weird like mummy curse or something preventing? No, I think it's empirical bodies keeping people from becoming rich. Droppa stones. See, this one I don't know about either. What is this? Droppa stones. No clue. I'm excited now. Ancient aliens. The first link I get is for Ancient Aliens. Oh, I used to love that show so much. Have you guys watched Ancient Aliens? It's so funny. So good. They be talking about all sorts of alien interactions with ancient cultures and why we have the technologies that we do, or why they were able to to create what they did, or like, oh well, the pyramids have gold on the top, or residue of gold on the top all around the world, therefore pyramids were ways to beacon the energy for alien races and shit. And I think that show is so fucking cool. Debunking their theory about pyramids. See, I think if you look at it in a way that it's science fiction, which a lot of it is, it's just schizo connections and science fiction, but they do liken it to a lot of believable things. Like, I think people will, I would think it's believable that people take it as fact, right? And then they'll look at different architecture around the world and be like, well, that's clearly alien technology because it looks exactly like a circuit board or whatever like that, you know? Pyramids are definitely a mystery. Yeah, and I do believe there is a possibility of using Earth, which is like the biggest magnet in our solar system, as a conduit to create energy. So like, reasonable does not mean it's true. That's why so many people believe in religion, right? Never forget the speed of light is 1. So let science fool ya. We are source. Time isn't real. Mimetic concept does not control you. A drop a stone. Drop it like it's hot. 1938, 716 stone discs discovered in a Chinese cave. Oh, they look cool. They're almost identical, almost like they're mass-produced. They do not look like they're man-made. Almost like they're put in a printer. 716 cylinder stones. Count. Oh, bullshit. Oh, bullshit, Granddad. You're gonna get a different one. I don't want to create an account to read your newspaper. Is actually 42. I listened to a schizophrenic guy describe why Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was high frequency information about how numerology is a global constant. And like, it was like an 8-hour conversation. I was so fucking high. But like, he had me convinced, dude. I was just sitting there in his fucking apartment and we were painting and he was just yapping about 42 and the cultural significance in numerology specifically. Yeah, and the whatever you want and how it ties into manifestation and shit like that. And how the actual book itself is high frequency, but watching the movie is low frequency, and it will like it'll make you misunderstand the concepts that the book was trying to teach you. The I'm out to lunch kind of guy. Oh no, he was on disability benefits specifically for schizophrenia. He was one of my best friends. Like, we would sit there and yap, and he would just speed run Portal 6 times in a row while he's talking. He wouldn't look away from his screen. And then in between runs, he'd like tab out and then he'd make techno music or program and then he'd go back to it. And he was just constantly doing something. And I'd just be laying on his bed, just smoking a joint or something. I'd be like, yeah, man. Every time he said anything, I'd be like, yeah, man. Oh, man. Take me back there. I don't want to be the schizo yapper. I want to be the schizo yapper listener. Every version of the guide is canon because of the improbability drive. So true. So true. Go back to this. I want access to that website. We'll scroll a bit. Okay. We got a different article that I didn't have to sign in to read. Here we go. Imagine finding something that could rewrite human history. Blah, 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 blah. 1938, deep in the Bainkara Ula, the mountains of China-Tibetan border, archaeologist Chipute made a discovery that should have changed everything. His expedition stumbled upon a network of caves containing something impossible. 716 granite discs, each about 1 foot in diameter, with a hole in the center, covered in microscopic spiral grooves like an ancient phonograph record. See, what's interesting about this is that you see the original spirals, but you got to zoom in the photo to see the itty bitty, teeny weeny, near impossible by the ancient technology was available grooves along the discs. This does kind of look like a thicker record. But can I share that? Alright, here it is. I don't know how high definition can I make this. The spiral goes around this as well. And in like a tubular fashion. It's just not represented in the outside. And according to this article, they're all like uniform and precise to the point where people are doubting that this was made by human hands. Let's move on. Scattered among these discs were skeletal remains, small body, child-size, fragile bones with cranial structures that don't quite match any known human population. So, by these discs, there were also the corpses of small beings that did not match a human child, but were the same size. This cave has been sealed, according to the carbon dating, for 12,000 years. For 2 decades, the discs sat in a Chinese archive dismissed as a curious artifact of forgotten culture. But then in 1962, a scientist named Sum Umnui did something rather brilliant or career-ending, depending on how you ask him. He tried to decipher them. According to his translations, the grooves weren't even decorated. They were a writing system based on the spacing in between them. Thousands of characters etched into a continuous spiral centering from outward to inward, telling a story, and he found it near impossible that he got a coherent sentence from it. The story being, a spacecraft from a distant world crash-landed in these mountains. Survivors called the Dropa tried to make peaceful contact with local tribes, but were hunted and killed, mistaken as hostile invaders. Some survived, some taught, "This is how I learned to write like this." Some died waiting for a rescue that never came. So this is what this guy transcribed based on the pattern of the spiraling grooves within the center coil of these stone tablets. Again, this is inferring a pattern based on the spacing of the lines and the alphabet of what China considered classical Chinese and not modern Chinese language, which they have had pretty well deciphered down to a T, the language that they would have used back then. So they deciphered it to that and then got coherent sentences from it, which is interesting. Is Gobelke Tepe on this list? Yeah, these are the Space Dean lists. Ooh, he's on the list. No, but Koromaru's right there. It's right there. But then the Russians got involved. Okay, this again, remember, this is in the Chinese/Caucasus mountain range. So this is a shared mountain range with, at the time, in the 60s, was considered the USSR, I believe. So it was considered a part of Russia at the time. And a Russian scientist named W. Saityo published an article on the Soviet magazine known as Sputnik titled "The Visitors from Outer Space." He claims Soviet scientists have analyzed the Dropa stones and discovered something that couldn't have been possible. The discs contain high concentrations of cobalt ore and unusual magnetic properties. Once placed on a turntable, they allegedly began to spin, vibrate, and hum on their own. Oh! That's cool! The Caucasus is not shared with China. Well, it's like the foot of the mountain range. Let me see. What did they say at the beginning? What would they say? Let's scroll up. Tibetan border, southern Tibetan China border. And then later in the article, it says it shared a mountain range with Russia, so they took over the site. I'm not sure. My bad. I must have inferred. The first mixtape. Cool, because we didn't know the properties of cobalt. Like, fucking, what did they say it was? I have to scroll back up again. I'm like, I don't want to mix shit up now. 12,000 year sealed underground temple. Let me pull up a map. It's a non sequitur, but feel free to prove me wrong. I'm just trying to attach everything I'm reading in this list as to why I would have went to Russia, that's all. This article spread like wildfire considering it was the Cold War era. Paranormal circles and people obsessed with cryptography as well as... So this kind of ties into the whole like code talking and radio signal control space race shit that they were trying to do after the Cold War. This probably also had a good catalyst. Anyway, your mixtape was remastered 12,000 years later. Oh man, I really wish they would release the transcripts. If they know how to read the patterns, like, do they have all 716 of these discs transcribed? That's so cool. The article spread like wildfire, Cold War paranormal circles, but when Western researchers verified the claims, they hit walls. The original discs have been gone. Sum Nui research is now unavailable. The cave sites seem to have been collapsed, I guess. No longer accessible. So they've collapsed the cave system that they found them in. Russia has confirmed to have tested their materials. Cold War was actively just ending. Russian intelligence was kind of hyper-driving when it came to space and communication at that point. Communication control. Altai borders China. I don't know. Russia felt as though it connected to their land and took over the dig site. This is post. Russia taking over is post China studying the discs. So I'm assuming they took over, they tested the site, and then they got access to the discs. But by the time America tried to get into the conversation, is when they all disappeared. The discs were gone. The research was unavailable. The sites were unacceptable. Altai is Russia. Okay. I knew they shared a mountain range. That's my bad. I must have been too north in my mind. Forgetting about the extraterrestrial angle, let's talk about what's actually disturbing. What if the stories are real, but the story was manufactured? Ancient cultures created inexplicable artifacts all the time. And how did Russia get them? Again, this was the only narrative that states that Russia had access to these tablets, though, was a science periodical called Sputnik, which I have heard of, which was pretty prolific, which was around for a long time, but it didn't exist outside of that claim. We're gonna put that as claim, and it wasn't seen by China until then, until the Cold War era. Mysterious indeed. This could be another Joseph Smith in the Stone scenario. The Chinese, did the Soviets lie or did the Chinese lie? Because the Chinese, let's just be real, they have a real affinity for romanticizing their history. You know? Or only highlighting the history of those who were in power and not the history of the actual lands themselves. This is apparently an undiscovered, undocumented hole that they just so happened to excavate. Come on. Communists, Soviets, all the same. Something in the water, I bet. Something in the water. This is literally the way the Chinese write their history. Exactly, that's what I was getting at. So, do I believe they found something really cool in the temple? Yeah. Do I believe that the person who found them came up with some really great stories? Yeah. They were also really, really into child sacrifice, and there was no way to really identify the structure of a corpse to that degree where they know it's extraterrestrial. Like, oh, the bones were so brittle, or oh, it's small and had a big head. That could just be a fucking physically ill child. The person who claims to decipher this text, one person deciphered it and would not give the language mechanics to the other people in their collective to decipher the rest of them, as far as I know, which is also bullshit. And even if they did, that's apparently not possible, because no other person other than that one scientist who claimed to that one magazine in Russia claimed to have further experimented with the discs themselves. I find that hard to believe. We're gonna shit post. This is a intergenerational shit post because China wanted to seem way cooler than they actually were in a time where so many things were being discovered about countries that didn't have the empirical power Chinese had, and they needed to stand out amongst the sauce. And they are also desperately trying to keep the British at that era too from collecting all of their artifacts and putting them in a museum. Cause like, let's be so real, in this fucking Silk Road era, spice trade era, they were kind of England's bitch. And then all this quote unquote discovery happens all of a sudden after they end those ties with America, or sorry, English, what would be the word? Transporters of goods across the world, just to one up them and be like, you took all of our history, so here's some really cool history that you didn't even know exist. I think it's like a gotcha moment. I think it's high fantasy. I think the discs probably did exist, but I have a feeling everything down back then was like what, soapstone and fucking mud. And even as if they did look precisely chiseled, that photo itself, I'm convinced that this photo here is the real one. The photo that I have right here that claims to be it, this is most likely AI generated by this fuck ass schizo website that I because I didn't want to I didn't want to subscribe to the Median article. So I'm gonna say this isn't even a real photo. How are you getting a real photo if it was like fucking unable to track down since the 60s? How you get that real HG photo of these slabs in the temple they were found in? That photo is bullshit. This one is a little more believable, but I think this is a real thing that happened. Those look like as soon as you touch them, they're like, I don't think they're gonna get across two borders and then onto a fucking conduit plate to vibrate. Come on. That's a shit post if I ever heard one. Atlanta's Blackout. Atlanta's Blackout 2017. This is recent. Anyone from Atlanta? I think I kind of remember this. There was UFO sightings or whatever, right? And then there was like a suppression thing. That's the schizo side. Let's see if I can get a real site. Alright, airport blackout. Sending a message to terrorists that America is unprepared. Eh? Well, this is a video. I don't want to watch a video. On the evening of the 17th December 2017, an apparent fire in the underground system of Atlanta's Hartsfield and Jackson's International Airport would ground all flights for 11 hours and cause general chaos amongst the airlines and the passengers, with over 1,000 flights affected on the day. No airplanes would receive permission to land, no airplanes would be cleared for taking off, all except for a single private cargo plane, which for unknown purpose or unexplained reasons was allowed to take off from this lockdown-stricken airfield. Huh. The incident was soon the subject of a rampant discussion on the internet conspiracy forums and on websites. Reportedly, alongside this, there were intriguing factors surrounding them. Certainly intriguing enough to keep conspiracy theories on the mental back burner in the case similar or connecting incidents that arise in the future. As we see it, as far-fetched as it is, as they are to most of us, there are some who feel self-fulfilled that these conspiracies are in the name of divinity, prophecy. All planes grounded except one is such a fucking flag to me. As soon as I read that, I'm like, well, then what makes him so fucking important that this state of emergency doesn't affect this guy? And then my conspiracy-pilled brain is sitting here being like, what, is that the owner of the airport knows too much, knows exactly what's happening underneath it, and knows to get the fuck out of there, and is risking the lives of everyone there by keeping them there? You know? A fire underground. How many airports have compounds underneath them? Don't they need to have walkways or runways that can support, I don't know, tons of weight? Like, literal tons of weight? Like, anyway, let's dig a little deeper before assumption Nono takes over. Although reports didn't seem to come out at all until early the next evening, problems appeared to begin shortly after noon and at around 1 p.m. when the power went down. This, according to all accounts from those inside of the facility, left passengers trapped in various departments and terminals, planes on the ground, and in general scenes like a disaster movie. Even more confusing to some was that the apparent backup generators did not kick in. That's right, every fucking airport has backup generators. Every hospital, every military compound, most schools. It didn't kick on. Even more confusing, the backup generator didn't kick in. Handle what a small fire. They were told it was a small fire. A fucking backup generator would turn on. Your house has a generator? How far? However, it would soon come to light that the one plane did leave the airport during this whole episode. Interestingly, that plane was a Boeing 747 being utilized as a private cargo plane, and it had landed in an airport in Mexico City at 1 p.m., which incidentally, or not, was the same time the power problems began at the airport it left. According to the website Flight Radar 24, this mystery plane took off from the locked down Atlanta airport at 6:27 p.m. Its destination was Liège in Belgium, but it landed in Mexico City. It was supposed to go to Belgium. Belgium's on the list of the cabal, the family bloodline controlled countries. Whoa! But do you bet that was just a boatload of kids? It was the Epstein plane. Wait, somebody look up what kind of plane was the Lolita Express? Was that a Boeing 747? Let's see if we can connect this to Epstein somehow. New game! Everybody's favorite game! How does this conspiracy connect to Epstein? Ba, 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 ba. Just deep throating glizzies? Stop! I don't want to know that! Fucking homo. Anyway. According to the to Liège, Belgium, it was on the way to Belgium. Well, this is a privately owned passenger plane. I guess this isn't fucking a jet, my bad. Probably not as big. Yeah. Well, it was used for cargo specifically, which is interesting. To use a passenger plane for cargo.
According to the official records from the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, the first plane to leave the runway after the power outage was 26 minutes after midnight and the earliest of the 18th of December. So, this plane was allowed to leave, but it was not written down by the air traffic monitoring of this airport, which they are legally required to coordinate air traffic with all other airports in their network. Is that not a thing? And that's why almost every plane trip is monitored? Let's see what kind of cargo was custom clearance. Wait! Place your bets. Why was this cargo plane cleared? Was it life-saving materials for a Red Cross organization? Was it technological stuff for Israel, a company in Israel? Was it Balenciaga transferring models with no passports to Russia or Belgium? Was it Epstein amplifying his Lolita trade? Weapons! Oh, see, that might be important enough. Okay, what else do we think the clearance was? You think it's the Jews? Oh, ancient artifacts. Yeah. Something was important enough on this plane, and the next section of this article is about the cargo. I hope they tell us at least who the cargo was for. Moving time-sensitive classified tech. Time-sensitive movement of classified tech. That's huge. That's huge because most of that is done by privately owned corporations and has nothing to do with regulated bodies. Ooh, organs. Yeah, that's also time-sensitive organs for people on waiting lists. Just like if somebody's heart failed and they're on a waiting list for a heart in America, that American heart has to get shipped to them by any means necessary. That's good. That's good. All right, you guys ready to know the real reason why this plane was cleared? Get ready. Whoever wins gets to be my top guy. Okay, you get to live with me in this corner above everybody else. Whoever was right. According to the official records of that plane, one of you was right. One of the planes belonged to Cargo Airlines CAL, who operates in Tel Aviv, an Israeli company. They operate a total of 3 Boeing 747 jets, each to transport a variety of exotic and specialist cargo for their clientele. Anything from controlled pharmaceutical products, live animals, dangerous goods, and overweight cargo for commercial transportation. Allegedly has permanent clearance at all American airports! Ah! Who said the Jews? Who said the Jews? Who said the Jews? Who said the Jews? Oh fuck, I gotta scroll. Okay. I swear somebody said Jews. Did it get filtered? Ah! Wait, no, I have it set to top chat. Okay. I need to find it. Blah. I need to find the name. I swear somebody said Jews, but they spelled it J-O-O-S. I think you're being suppressed. You're being suppressed. So it is an Israeli contract-based transportation corporation. Yes, Daddy Cloud. Let me unbury you from the herd. Where did he go? 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 Holy God! Where did you go? Where the fuck is he? Cloud! Okay, there he is. I fucking yeeted you into oblivion. Okay, you get to live up here. Don't mind the pin. I'm sure it'll heal around it or something. Holy shit. So apparently, I didn't know this, but there is an Israeli contractor who has clearance to leave any American airport whenever they want without being documented. Ah! That actually creeps me the fuck out. That creeps me the fuck out. Ah, that ties together so many loose ends that made me think maybe it's not the Jews. No, man, it's the Jews. Woo-wee. Oh boy. Okay, anyway, let's read some more. What more is that this company has custom clearance and has the ability to load and unload unmarked trucks without the presence of customs agents? It's not just the airways. They don't even have to do border patrol. Oh my god, Canada, I wonder if Canada does this. Because we're pretty much just America Junior, and America is pretty much just Israel Junior. So like, what? Customs clearance is crazy. Imagine how much drugs are trafficked through these. Oh. And here we are sitting at the borders being like, oh, the cartels are gonna put everybody in containment facilities to stop fentanyl. You just made it easier for the Jews to fly it in. You guys are just removing the competition. FedEx is cracking down on the ClearNet markets. Is that what it's called? The ClearNet market? That sells the snow. Oh, this is cocaine specific. Cocaine. Wow. No customs clearance is crazy, dude. They don't even check the cargo. You're just allowed to pay them and they'll ship whatever with guaranteed clearance into several countries? I need to look this up later. I'm like pissed. This is enraging me. Records show that the plane did indeed land in Liege before stopping at Larnaca, Cyprus for a tell-off, eventually landing in Tel Aviv after the drop-offs. What cargo remains once hitting Israel is no longer known. Many theorize that the plane was carrying weapons, perhaps even nuclear weapons. They would point to convert the nature of this company and the ties to Israel, as well as the increasing tensions and bloodshed. Can you like find a site for this company? Sure. Let's see if I can. Let's see how they present themselves to the world. God, that's got me fucking crazy right now. They don't have a website. This might be something you need to... No, they do e-booking. Wait, okay, they do e-booking through a proxy, and you can't even look at the site without a login. There is no create an account button. Okay. 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 They have an e-booking proxy. Oh, wait. Let's see here. They have a sign up button. I'm new and I have booked with you before. You can sign up, but it will require them to have an agent call you in order to approve it. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy! Okay, what other information can I find about this thing that's not their website? Let's see what the LinkedIn looks like. Established in 1976, so this has been going since the 70s. What correlates with this? Desert Storm. Iran Part 1. Iraq Part 1. Very non-suspicious and not dodgy at all, for sure. If anyone gets an account, please tell me how the process went. I'm so curious. So on LinkedIn, they present themselves like, your non-standard cargo is our cargo. Established in 1976, the CAL Group proudly maintains three of expertise. CAL Cargo Online, Airlines, All Cargo Airline, LACHS, ground handling service through Liège Airport, trucking services through Europe and Asia, USA, which we now know they don't require customs clearance. Non-standard cargo is such a fucked up way to word that. 200 employees, no listed headquarter. Holdings are currently private. They specialize in time and temperature sensitive cargo, pharmaceuticals and healthcare, perishables, live animals, dangerous goods, non-valuables, non-standard engines, non-standard valuables. What does that mean? They do horses. Who wants me to ship them a horse? Their estimated value as of... Wait, let's see if I can get an estimated value. They have 3 locations of operation, none of which are in Tel Aviv. Who's their go-to guy in Tel Aviv? They only have 3 addresses listed. One is in Illinois, Airport City, Illinois. The other one is in Jamaica, New York. There's a Jamaica in New York. And then the last one is Liège. They're literally housed in the Liège Airport building. That's so fucked up. This is a rabbit hole. Holy shit. I might spin off in my own time to that one. Okay, we're back to the airport fire power shutdown thingy. I potentially know a kid who worked for them. Do they have like any CEOs or ties to the government? No, private holdings. It's owned by an individual who wishes to not disclose themselves and has arrangements with several global bodies to allow them to surpass customs as well as air traffic control logging, which is crazy to me. I wonder how many other companies are allowed to just freely move around the world. And if this Jewish company with no actual foundational like buildings in Israel is able to do this, then why them? Holy shit. It is actually crazy. Okay, anyway, let's finish the thing we're doing. I'm so sorry. I got sidetracked. That was just so interesting. I had to. But yeah, congratulations, Daddy Clown, for being top guy for a little while. I hope you enjoyed your time on my hat. Anyway, many drew attention to the claims made by several in the conspiracy community of a planned, simulated, catastrophic national power outage by the U.S. defense. This was to occur, according to them, on the 4th of November. So people who believe that I remember this. This is around where they started forming the ideology behind Antifa and the January 6th people. They believe that the people who were being antied by those QAnon people believed that it was all to prepare a great EMP and a shutdown of global networks. And it didn't happen. It didn't fucking happen. And now they tried to transfer it onto this event that happened in this specific airport. And it led to the whole question everything mentality. This blackout didn't roll anywhere else but this. There is fire damage in the airport, apparently. There's 3 floors underground of this airport specifically. It was on the bottom maintenance floor. And, the maintenance floor is where the backup generator would be. So who knows? Maybe that's why the generator didn't go off. This article tends to veer off into the more question everything mentality and connecting it to other ancillary conspiracies. But that's my job. It's my job to connect it to those conspiracies. You can't take my job. Anyway. The Atlanta blackout happened. It wasn't Atlanta, the entire fucking city. It was Atlanta, the airport. However, a plane was able to leave. And they had stuff to like keep it from, like prevent it from being monitored and or logged. And other than that one airplane, this is where my conspiracy brain is firing off. Other than that one fucking airplane, nothing was allowed to leave until like 16 hours after the shutdown. Everyone had to detour to the next airport. They had to pay a shit ton of like hotel overnight fees and all that shit. And then they eventually got everyone to where they needed to go. But that plane, ooh, I can see why they didn't let people evacuate from that point. Locking them in the airport made no sense until you find out they let a plane leave that no one could see from a personal runway. For private planes, civilian-owned private planes, a corporation took off unmarked, without custom involvement, without knowledge of what their cargo was, made their trip on time. And I think that them not letting the people leave the airport has a lot to do with them not wanting that network to be exposed for the privileges that they have. Which in other events has been exposed, which is why we know so much about the clearance and all of that, the border crossing, all. And have it connecting to not just America, but a European country. And none of the company being housed in Israel is so much more sketchier than, you know, a real fire causing a real state of emergency and a lockdown. But it seems so counterintuitive to lock people in to where the fire is happening. Sure, it's a couple of floors down, but you lock them in that building? You have huge runways, which are now cleared of any, like, danger because planes aren't allowed to land there, and you wouldn't even let them go stand outside while your building was on fire? That almost seems like they were intentionally hiding the activity itself. Do I believe this is a rolling conspiracy to silence internet users from preventing Trump to be presidency? That's where I think it goes over the deep end. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make any fucking sense at that point. It made me care though. I can't put it in don't care. Okay. You know what? I will. The airport shit itself isn't sus to me. The company with the plane allowed to have a free pass regardless of scenario is the suspicion. That's the conspiracy. That's what I believe is rooted in very, very real things that affect us every day. Why these countries? Why these locations? Why that specific little tiny hat people? We'll do one more. No, we'll do the thing we did last time. Shout out 3 that look interesting and we'll speed run them. Okay? As fast as I know how. I've been taking my sweet time today. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. Anything that'll help clear the list, catches your eye. Denver Airport, Bouvet Island, 23 Enigma. I mean, if it's there, let me see if I can find them. Trying to stick to the list. 23 Enigma, huh? Or air. Boat Island. wish they were in like alphabetical order. All right. Yeah. God, that company is gonna keep me up at night. Just so gross. I need to know of how many of those companies are contracting right now, because that just makes me so uncomfortable that there's billionaires are able to afford free, unmarked, uncleared transport is crazy. From a private entity, no less. Boggles my mind. And then it really makes you think about how Jeffrey Epstein got away with what he did for so long as a representative of Israel without being an actual Israeli. Because none of those locations are in Israel. Enigma. Pirasi. Stopped again, I'm sorry. I yappa too long. Robert Anton Williams cites William S. Burroughs as the first person to believe in the 23 Enigma. Wilson, in an article in the Fortean Times, was related to the story. I first heard of the 23 Enigma from the author of Naked Lunch, Nova Express. According to Burroughs, he had known about Captain Clark around 1960 in Tangier, who had once bragged that he had been sailing for 23 years without an incident. That very day, Clark's ship had an accident that killed him and everybody on board. Furthermore, while Burroughs was thinking that this crude example of irony of the gods, that evening, a bulletin on the radio announced the crash of an airliner in Florida. A pilot was another Captain Clark, and his flight was called Flight 23. So this guy's friend named Captain Clark died. He wasn't aware of it, but at the time Captain Clark died, he heard a news broadcast about a different Captain Clark dying in a plane crash instead of a boat accident. Burroughs wrote a short story called 23 Skidoo. The term 23 Skidoo was popularized in 1920s, and it means it's time to get while the getting is good. Alright, so 23 is a powerful number relating to the 23 pair of chromosomes in a human. Julius Caesar stabbed 23 times before he was killed. Olaf Palm was shot at 23:23 local time, give or take a minute and a half. The Earth is inclined on its orbital plane by 23.5 degrees. The 0.5 represents it is 5, which is 2 plus 3. The number 23 is the 23rd movie directed by Joel Schumacher, and it was also released in the United States on February 23rd, 2007, but that was just the marketing. Serial killer Ted Bundy was allegedly executed on the 23rd of January 1989. The records show that he was actually executed on the 24th. At 7:16 a.m. 7 plus 16 is 23. You guys with me? This is giving like Da Vinci Code type shit. This is numerology at its finest. This is all unrelated shit too. Okay. The sum of the first 23 prime numbers is 874, which is divisible by 23. There were 23 problems in David Hilbert's famous list of unsolved mathematical problems presented in the International Congress of Mathematicians in Paris in the 1900s. The first message sent by telegraph was a quotation of the Book of Numbers, chapter 23, verse 23. The 23 is the width of an Arecibo message sent into space in search of extraterrestrial intelligence. Oh, that's that weird message that we hurled into space and there's just no way to get it back or know it's been answered, and it's just out there sending over and over again. Is that what that is? Okay. 23 is the TCP IP port for the Telnet that is used for Telnet and is the default for the Telnet command. The letter W has 2 points. down and 3 points up, which equals 23. And this is also the 23rd letter of the alphabet. The September 11 attacks occurred on 9/11, 2001. 9/11 plus 2 plus 1 is 23! Ah! What is this? Okay, anyway, I'm gonna keep going. 23 occurs frequently in the Gorillaz franchise, particularly surrounding the character 2D. Mayor Giuliani's protected bunker was the 23rd floor of a building 7, which also collapsed in 9/11. Building 7, although still standing at the time, was mentioned to have collapsed 23 minutes into the BBC broadcast in the event of 9/11. New York Times paper found the ruins of the towers destroyed on 9/11, dated June 23rd, 1969. 69 being 23 times 3. You can say this about any number. Fucking the book of numbers has been around forever, right? The idea of numerology has been a protected Abrahamic belief. The Jews is the one that prioritizes the most, and I'm pretty sure that the book of numbers is really only practiced in Hasidic circles. We're bringing it back to the Hasidic Jew. But it is a book of, like, I think it's a book of the Torah, I believe. Probably because 23 is associated with the Discordianism, which is also why it's so prevalent. Let's see if we can find more information. Page cannot load. What? I literally see a flicker of it. Reload. And it like kicks me off immediately. What the hell? The fuck? Page cannot load. I see it. And for like a split second. What do you mean it doesn't load? They don't want me to know the secret of 23? What? 23 strikes again. Ooh, I'm cursed. Discordianism is like Greek, right? The Greek. Discord, the god. The Eris, goddess of discord and chaos, right? Is that what Discordianism is? Strife. Let's say it right. Let's look it up. Oh yeah, let's see. Most generalized group, presumably including all Discordian, neo-paganism, and Thelema. Publication of the holy book Principia Discordia. So Discordianism is foundationally based on poetry of a god named Eris, Greek god of strife and discord, refined into a 1960s melocalypse. Not necessarily a cult, but like a school of thought led by a man named Greg Hill, and adapted as a religious text in 1963. What is the significance of 23? The golden apple. Oh yeah, I recognize the golden apple being affiliated to the fruit of knowledge, and Eris being affiliated over time to Sophia or Eve. And then the whole Gnostic belief that Sophia is the keeper of the knowledge, but also the keeper of the strife that comes with the knowledge. And I'm a believer that a lot of old concepts just have names of different gods. And the fear of knowledge has been a part of human experience for a long time. So I can see why those manifest into several gods with overarching subject matter. What is the significance of 23 in this is what I want to know. I do like Hellenism though. Interesting to look at. So the 23 enigmas mentioning in the Principalia Discordia claims that all things happen in fives or are divisible by multiples of fives or somehow directly or indirectly appropriation of five. This referred to as the law of fives. The 23 enigma is regarded as a corollary of the law of fives because 2 and 3 is 5. So this also goes back to like the Abrahamic Book of Numbers belief system, just packaged and popularized by a Cold War era pseudoscientist. Cute! Okay, so do I think there's this overarching curse specifically attached to the number 23? Are you supposed to see the text? No, it's in a different tab. You guys are only supposed to see the chart. Why? Is that something you want? You want to see the shit that I'm reading through? It's just random fucking schizo message boards and articles. I can go through my history and share links though if you guys are generally interested in the sources that I'm scrolling past. I didn't think about that. The movie... movie on 23. They mentioned that and it was the 23rd movie of the guy who made it. The Jim Carrey movie, yeah. It was the 23rd movie, Malkovich. But all of his movies were vaguely about those sort of concepts and conspiracies, right? Like it suits him, and it was post 1960s, which means the idea was there already. The 23 enigma was also already established. He had the source material, and I don't believe that movie itself is a disclosure. It is more of a reflection on the information that's already out there and beliefs that have been around for a long time. Numerology is huge in a lot of religions. No, it's not just the Jews or just the Christians. And as a person who's experienced religious psychosis, I used to put way too much faith in stuff like numerology. And I've come across several modern day content creators who are schizos who see this as like reverse engineering your life or discovering your numerology to find your life path numbers and shit like that. Like, there's so many people out there. There was this one guy who thinks that numerology is him reprogramming his circumstance. And then there's also the CIA disclosure where several numbers associate to several occurrences, right? So I do believe there is power in numbers, and the things can be conduits for manifestation. You believe something enough, you begin to feel impacted by it, blah, 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 blah. Do I believe this is a hard fact only associative to 23 issue? No. Do I believe 23 is important correlation when it comes to measurements, biology, math? Yes, it is. It's a number that is divisible in ways that aren't possible outside of that number. And it's like, there's so many correlations that you can make without bringing in spirituality or life path and have it be extremely fascinating, you know? Do I believe a random fucking... Anyway, I need to go back to the examples, because there was some ridiculous shit. Where is it? I closed it. Where? Here it is. This list of conspiracy correlations was retarded. And it kind of goes off the rails when it's trying to liken it to 2D from Gorillas and his affinity for the number 23, and how Building 7 on 9/11 got knocked down, and it was Mayor Giuliani had a protected bunker on the 23rd floor. I believe these are not correlated at all. Like it's kind of hooey. Do I believe the impact and the cultural significance of numbers in general and how it could believe to that? Yeah. You guys ever see the where was it? The CIA? So do you remember the Gateway program? You remember the Gateway program? Some millennials might have participated in it. They usually took kids of exceptionalities and took them aside, gave them a weird purple drink, put on these, they were like huge headphones they would put on us, and they would have us work through duotangs and tap cards and playing memory games or trying to predict what symbol is underneath the cards. And apparently this was going around till the 70s, and it ended in the mid to late 90s. It was happening in Canada and the United States. And kids with exceptionalities, usually kids that were less than social or in specialized education, kind of got pulled aside. And they were called gifted students, right? That's also around when they started calling us gifted instead of special education. Does anybody else remember the Gateway program? Oh, you weren't a part of it then. You remember the headphones? Yeah, there were these big beige headphones, and they'd have you leave class, and they'd give you this purple drink that was like a weird flavor. It didn't taste like a fruit, but it was still sweet. And then you had to do these pretty repetitive, it was the same test every time, and they had like a clicker thing, and they had like a board, and I don't remember much outside of that. I was like really young. I think it was like the 4th grade or something, and they would take me out of class to do this, me and another kid. And apparently this was a global thing, and disclosure happened a couple years later. I wasn't in the conspiracy thing when I was that age. The disclosure of this, it was in elementary school, yeah. The disclosure of this didn't happen until 2003. I was unaware of the implications or anything. It was a purple drink. It was like Kool-Aid without the fruit flavor. And there are people out there who believe that it was some sort of drug to ease lucidity and honesty in the moment, which is also something that CIA uses quite often. But a disclosure happened when I was in middle school that I wasn't aware of, that had to do with this Gateway programs. And it was really strange, and as an adult I went over it, and I didn't do so much detail. But the correlations of the tests that they did for me felt somehow obligated, because they would talk us through timed breathing, they would get us to move in very specific ways, and then they would test us. Now this Gateway program disclosure ties into psychic ability, eventually emotional body mapping, flow states, as well as controlling of your body's chemical properties. And then it led to eventually a list of numbers for like number codes that could be repeated, because there's this entire part of this disclosure. There's like numbers, right? 55515, 55515, 55515 is pain alleviation, right? And then they claim that this is also associated to that Gateway program, because the disclosure for the study of those numbers and these triggers came out the same year as this disclosure of the Gateway program with the breathing activities and stuff like that, and what they were trying to do with controlling energy outputs for, let's say, kids who were considered problematic, I guess, when it came to like teachers and stuff, right? I need to find that list again. So that's where the schizo correlation lies between unlocking the power of numbers, and I feel like I was a part of that program. Who knows, though? It could just me be misremembering my childhood, but I do remember the breathing activities. I do remember being isolated from the rest of my peers. I do remember the card activities. Did they succeed? No, I'm not psychic. I have a very keen sense of discernment, though. Yeah, but were you in grade school in 1993? They put Nono and MK Ultra. There's also a branch of people who participated in that claim to all have collective dreams about a place called Mall World. I don't have those dreams, but I might smoke too much weed to have dreams. I don't dream very often. When I do, it's fucked up and hyper specific about what I'm going through. You could predict the future. It could be fun with gambling. Oh yeah, I wouldn't have had to kill myself if I was good at gambling. Like a scrying room. Perhaps. That's actually really cool, and an association I didn't make, because a lot of the symbols that they were showing us, they weren't shapes. Like in retrospect, they could have been like runes or something. Who knows? Maybe they were doing alchemical experiments. Yeah, the place with the really tall owl, and the people who are convinced that this is a collective consciousness place that we all visit when we're asleep, and just those who are subject to these quote-unquote gateway programs are now more susceptible in finding the gateways, allowing yourself to reach those collective spaces within our subconscious. So the people who are able to choose to go to Mall World are seeing collective entities. It's the same with the people who choose to see DMT. They access a different plane of subconsciousness. TMI, but I started having vivid dreams after changing my sleep routine. There's also schizos who believe in the same school of schizophrenia umbrella of conspiracy theories that your circadian rhythm is attuned to the way it is. It's a fighting of your natural placement where you are consciously in our dimension, that sticking towards what is suggested to you is a worker's circadian rhythm is actually neutralizing your ability to reach those subconscious dimensions. I've started typing it, I realized that I shouldn't post that on an evergreen chat. That's how they're gonna get ya. Girl had dreams where you found someone else in your lucid own dream. Yeah, I've had dreams where I've met my friends and we woke up and we both were texting each other at the exact same time. And I was like, you were there? And he was like, I was so fucking there, dude. And I was worried you weren't real, so I didn't want to say anything. Because I don't know if you've ever lucid dreams before. It gets really fucking scary if you start accusing people from being from the dream. And then it really, really begs to wonder if we are all collectively just reaching a different state of being that we all have access to, and not just reevaluating subconsciously the events of the day, you know? Which is what we're told what dreaming is. And in the past where I went to places I've never been and they felt real. Exactly. That's why this collective mall is weird, because it all looks the same no matter where in the world you are. Lucid dreaming is like a skill. Mm-hmm. Innately able to, unfortunately, alone and barren earth with. It's true. A lot of people will believe they're lucid dreaming, but then the influence of when you're not in your sleep phase, you are able to consciously adjust your memory as you wake up. Getting a true representation of a person's experience in the dream space is near impossible because it warps as we awaken. And I think this is the same reason why people do stuff like DMT. Why we're all meeting the same entities or do Benadryl, we're all seeing the same entities. We're unlocking subconscious collective environments that we've had access to for a long time. And then it makes you question, like, were shamans accessing these planes? And that's how they were hearing the words of God? And that's why we think fucking that one owl guy is a demon. What's the demon called again that looks like an owl? They have him at like the Bohemian Grove and shit. To rage quit a dream or nightmare, I undressed and ran out into traffic. It sounds dumb, but it lets me leave the dream early. Yeah, killing yourself in a dream is a great exit strategy. Stolas. No, they're not called Stolas. That's just the name of a character. No, there's like an actual name for the owl race of demons. Goetia. The Goetia. It's a race of demons that access the spaces in between heaven and hell. And when I think of explaining something as the space in between heaven and hell, living and death, when you think of a space accessible to a living person as close to death, you think of sleep. So in order to access the realm of the Goetia, does that mean we need to be asleep? I don't think Moloch was a Goetia, was he? Stolas was the prince of Goetia. I think Moloch was more of a beast man. There was like Andras and there's a couple of Japanese ones that look similar. Dream maxing might be the unlocking the psychic powers, not gonna lie. Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of people are connecting it to MK Ultra and these strange programs that have been going on since the 70s to the early 90s. And all these collective consciousness events that a lot of millennials experience. Because again, in these spaces, like, sure, it's like fictionalized and expanded upon by things like the backrooms community and stuff like that, and included in all those lores, but like it's a genuine collective experience that people believe that they all go to the exact same place when they go to Mall World. The toilets are dirty. They're all facing each other. There's no doors. There's a movie theater with posters of movies that you've never seen before. And you could go into those theater rooms and watch a movie you have never seen in Mall World. There's so many interesting stories about Mall World. But I think the 23 Enigma is just a result of people's obsession with numbers and how they think it has spiritual power, you know. We want those connections as we're kind of been trained to find them. The Key of Solomon was a good read if you're into demons and whatnot. I've dabbled. Trust. I used to be like a witchy bitch. I've been all up in that shit. Mind you, it was during manic episodes, but like, yeah. I haven't heard of most of that, interestingly. It actually really fits what you're trying to do when it comes to unlocking subconscious data streams. So who knows, maybe you can look into that and find someone to share experience with. You know? Uwe Island. Conspiracy database. Uwe Island is a remote and uninhabited territory in the South Atlantic Ocean. A mysterious boat was discovered on the shores in 1964. Have you noticed almost every conspiracy we have has started in 1965? That's the number we should be looking out for. Is Mall World Eastern Europe in the early 2000s? Probably. Back when they loved capitalism. Usually don't dream, so I can't do stuff like that well enough. But I mean, the stories themselves could unlock pathways that you haven't thought about, right? Closing yourself off to information is a great way to get stuck in a corner. Norwegian researchers found an abandoned boat, oars, and barrels with no signs of survivors. Theories arose linking the boat to island Cold War espionage as well as UFO activity. The 1964 discovery and subsequent disappearance of said boat is linked to Nazi or Soviet operations, and there's a speculation of an underground base being in Bouvet. There's no scientific explanation or fishing expeditions that have been done, a lack of answers fueling the legend. So nobody has been interested enough to explore it further other than the locals went out to this supposedly uninhabited island, found a bunch of shit in the boat for an expedition abandoned with no bodies. Interesting. And it looks like it's getting tied to cryptozoology and aliens as well. Interesting. People think that this is abandoned at the world's end. Bouvet Island is appallingly isolated, the nearest island to Antarctica that is accessible slightly further than Cape Town. Okay, so it's a close... So that huge gap in the ocean between the Caribbean and Antarctica is just the one isolated island in the there. The most isolated spot in the world, a fact that anyone who cares to spend an instructive 5 minutes with a pair of dividers and a good globe can easily verify. Around Bouvet Island, it is possible to draw a circle of 1,000-mile radius of the area square, very nearly that of Europe, which contains no other land whatsoever. No other point of land on Earth's surface is this peculiar. Yet, for all of this, the island has rather interesting history. First discovered at a remarkable early date in 1739. The earliest of all polar explorers, Jean-Baptiste Bouvet de Lozier, who it is named after. After that, however, the place remained lost for a near 69 years. Bouvet had fixed its position incorrectly in an era where navigation was still largely by dead reckoning. Okay, so it was lost on maps, and then they doubted his discovery until 1808. The Germans were the first to actually circumnavigate Bouvet, and it was simply the northern cape sought for Terra Australis, the gigantic but illusionary southern continent. Oh, the submerged continent under Australia! Guys, this ties into that. So this is the teeny weeny bit of that continent poking out of the water. Long imagined to exist in the southern hemisphere in order to counterbalance Eurasia. They reported that it is no more than a 5-mile long by 3-mile wide island. They explored this island for the survivor of that boat, and it was only 3 by 5 miles. That's like a day. That's like a day's worth of crawling. And they found nothing? No animals, nothing? Eh? Let's see. They reported that it was no more than 5 miles long, 3 miles wide, and the depth at least 9/10 of it was under ice, and almost entirely surrounded by unscalable ice cliffs which rose out to the sea 1,600 feet. But Vivaldi's men, like most explorers who made their way to the most inhospitable places, found an impossible land. Heavy seas, soaring cliffs, and the absence of coves or inlets made it too dangerous to approach. Okay. So they surveyed it, but they did not land on it until a vessel was sent by Norvegia, I guess that's Norwegian boat, in 1927, Captain Kresh, alternatively with Harald Hornvelt, were also the first to venture onto the plateau, which rises 25. They had to climb 2,500 feet to even see the top of this island. Whoa. They made it out alive, though, and discovered that it was still an active volcano. When was the boat found? 1964. South Africans were starting to finally survey areas by influence of the Royal Navy. Guess they were using that slave trade money to do some exploration. Aren't there penguins there? It's really high up. How would a penguin get up there? Do penguins climb? Let's see. Royal Navy. Okay, a Royal Navy vessel bought by South Africans came through called the HMS Protector. The expedition waited for 3 long days for the wind chill to stop, dropping their speed. Second, they finally judged it safe enough to attempt the landing. So they brought a helicopter and they helicoptered up instead of climbing. And then from that climb is when they found the abandoned boat. It's described as a whaler or a ship's lifeboat. There were supplies on it. What became of the crew? It was unfortunate that the shore party had practically no time to investigate their particular discovery, where on Bouvet Island for only a short while, they stayed for 45 minutes according to Crawford, taking note of the boat. During the aggressive male... After getting the attention of aggressive male sea elephants who resented their intrusion. What the fuck is a sea elephant? The fuck is a sea elephant? What is that? Given those constraints, it is very unlikely that the brief search Crawford mentioned before was much more than walking a few yards from the lagoon in either direction, scouting for the most obvious signs of bodies or habitation. So they didn't even scale the whole island for survivors. They just kind of left. They're like, fuck this, it's cold. This group established that there was a shallow, thick algae alkaline thanks to seal excreta, fed by the meltwater. This is modern day. Ellen Crawford seemed to be the least interested in the mystery of contemporary blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this is mostly about the boat. It was a whaler's lifeboat. I don't think this is like they probably got left behind, and then or their ship was sinking, and then the crew got brought there. They couldn't make it up, and they all fucking floated in the ocean, dead. That's my prediction. A lot of the alien and cryptid conspiracies come from outside sources to those who've experienced the place. I do believe it is real. I do believe that it is attached to the continent under Australia. I do believe there was a boat. Yeah. Very large nautical mammal. I've never seen a sea elephant before. Very cool. I'm gonna look that up later. Did it lead anywhere other than like a lifeboat that was abandoned? I mean, where else are they gonna fucking go if your massive whaling ship goes under in the middle of the place between Antarctica and Australia? Like, there's not a lot of places he could have gone. That was the only landmass that a lifeboat could have gone to that was visible. I don't think I care. And it's also circumstantial. And then I guess people kind of used it to tie together the whole ice wall theory, because there's a lot of theories about the sunken civilization of Atlantis also being that continent, which is like, there's Atlantises technically everywhere all over the world because of conspiracy theorists. So I think people could be convinced, but like, I don't care. I can't see a universe where I'm convinced that this is something that led to anomalous discovery. You know what I'm saying? What do you think? What do you think, Peen? What do you think? Last one, Denver Airport. Bam, bam, bam. Ugh. All right. What lies beneath the Denver International Airport. This may be one of the most interesting conspiracies right now. To start with, the Denver airport is constructed by the New World Airport Commission. Oh, 1994. It's the same airport commission that had the Masonic label. Ugh. So they hired Freemasons to create several new airports in the 90s, and they just so happened to name them New World Airport. New World Airport. It exists. Yeah, I know it exists. But this actually ties into the whole underground, what's beneath airports. Ooh, the original paintings got covered. There's conspiracies that tie this too. I think I have heard of this, that tie it to all the weird statues and paintings that they have at the Hoover Dam as well, which was also has a Freemasonry label on the placard that states its creators. Underground installations underneath airports. Who are the New World Airport Commission? Well, we did extra $2 billion. And where did the extra $2 billion go when the airport was finally finished fully operational? While it's not uncommon for airport construction to go over budget for donors and to use shell companies or temporary LLCs to fund projects, the New World Airport Commission was a bit on the nose and seemed happy to play on the words for New World Order. So we still don't know who they are and where that extra funding went. Oh, these paintings are cool. Okay, we're gonna feature the paintings. What could this possibly mean? The terribly, terribly optimized photo. Hello, Beanie. No, Beanie. And he's like, it's fucking hot, I wanna die. Sleeping in the bedroom, the door was closed. Here's one of the paintings. What do you think this painting means? Give me your I'm gonna read a little bit more. Tell me, what do you think this is supposed to represent and why is it in this Freemasonry airport? Denver International Airport is the only airport on this planet to have a bizarre murals painting and on display throughout the building. This is what sparks all the popular conspiracy theories, but it is truly bizarre. Some of these murals depict stories of war, death, and with warning of an oncoming apocalypse. This is quite creepy for an airport, but it's not known why the murals were there in the first place. So that looks like a Native American child sleeping on a cross. And a Nazi soldier stabbing into a dove. It looks like is fucking old buildings in rubble. Some sort of spirit swish turning into a rainbow. This one seems to depict Native Americans as well. Ooh, there's the turtle. There's a lot of the turtle, the whale, the bison. All of these have very, very important cultural things. This also has only children. There's a native person dead and it's being mourned by children of several races. Interesting. The forest is on fire. There's a bird trapped in glass. The fuck is this? It's like a Pink Floyd album cover. That's what I'm saying. This is some fucking creepy. Bam, 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 bam. Ah. These murals, mixed with the Freemason capstone and gargoyles perched on ledges where the passengers feed in, is an unsettling atmosphere while exploring the airport. The question is, why would they go for such a creepy atmosphere? It's true. Outside the Denver International Airport, there's a statue of the biblical pale horse with red eyes. His name is Blucifer. This whole place reeks of Freemasonry! Like, they just let them do whatever the fuck and they were still under budget. I'd let them keep the 2 million, or the 2 billion too, as a tip. Here's a little tip. Looks such a good job. An assault rifle and a sword. That's a wreck. There we go. There's Blucifer, you guys. the statue fell on the artist to kill him. Oh my god. The artist's name was Luis A. Jimenez Jr. 1992 and commissioned by the airport, but not erected until 2008. The head came loose and fell and killed the sculptor. Not only having the pale horse with the glowing red eyes standing outside of the airport is odd, but despite the horse killing its creator, they still chose to erect it even though it was several years later. Adding to the murals and the gargoyles on the roof, the atmosphere becomes more unsettling. It looks kind of demonic, if not anything else. Well, it's known that there is a large network of tunnels underneath the DIA airport. During transportation between the terminals, passengers have reported looking out the window and seeing a large amount of tunnels that lead into areas that are off limit to the public. Well, there's branches. This trolley connecting tunnels to two separate Denver airports have weird service tunnels that no one can access. Well, that's normal for any subway system, isn't it? Tunnels are for smuggling drugs and people. Most likely, all tunnels. And CAL is taking care of the bill. There's been several times to explore the tunnels, but what's interested in the passengers are more often met with men in black suits who aren't dressed as airport security, but as though they are... who stopped them on the tracks. One person mentioned being detained and interrogated by these men. The men in black? Okay, wait. This is the gargoyle. It is an old, like, Gothic architecture style gargoyle, except it is sitting in a modern suitcase made of stone. So somebody here said that they went to the Denver airport. What year did you go? Because most of this has been removed by now. The place reeks? They weren't even trying to be subtle. I know! Multiple construction contractors who have worked at the airport have stated that the tunnels go all the way to Colorado Air's... There's maps confirming that these tunnels could possibly connect to Colorado Air Force Base and Cheyenne Mountain Complex. Both military compounds, dudes. Those are very popular military compounds. Why are they connected to a civilian airport tunnel? Could that be the purpose of this airport? What's actually under the airport? What's up with the murals and the horse? Numerous military personnel and construction contractors have claimed the tunnels underneath the airport connect to military bases. Multiple people on the site have also said that the airport could easily turn into the largest military outpost in America within 2 hours, which means that the airport is likely either a doomsday bunker for powerful people to connect from all of these dormant military bases to protect them within. That's interesting. Passengers who sleep at the airport overnight often hear random alarm testings done by management. There have been recording of these alarms which sound like they're repeating the words, "Imminent threat remains aerial. Imminent threat remains aerial." Oh my god, I want to go have guys, can we go have a sleepover at the Denver airport? Oh, that sounds so cool. One thing is for certain, there's something seriously... No, I want more on this. Give me some more on this. Let's do a listicle. You guys like what are they called? The list news. We're gonna do a list news, and hopefully I don't get any like trackers or anything, data miners. Let's see what else these crazy people think about this airport. So if you haven't heard, different from other airports. Insane amount of money went into this building, but not all the money was spent. $2 million over budget. Guys! What does this look like to you? You see any familiar shapes? See any familiar shapes here in these runways? Yeah. Any silly windmills in this runway? Apparently this layout mechanic and the way those tunnels spiral out just so happens to be in the shape of a swastika. Several layers underground, these connecting tunnel networks to military bases and other airports and the metro system are all connected in the shape of a swastika. Pick me up at the Hitler airport. Oh, bro. Yeah, the dedication from the builders who made it, claiming the most worshipful Grand Order Lodge of Freemasonry is written on stone outside of this building. The airport is dedicated, stone displays Masonic symbols passive world. The New World Airport Commission creating the... Yeah, okay, we read all that. Underground tunnel network beneath connecting to... here's some more cool engine paintings. There's more of the fucking... Why did they come in so big like that? This looks like the Last Supper, except it's Jesus in the middle and like children. All different cultures. And Jesus is a native person in this painting. This reeks of Mormonism, because didn't they also think Jesus was like an American or something? An American Indian? Get rid of all of this. Mormons are weird. It's called... Okay, wait. This painting is called Peace and Harmony with Nature and meant to address the destruction of government. That's the guys that they have these art on there from. This art was chosen as a project selection panel made up of community members and artists approved by several government committees and then the mayor of Denver and installed. But a quick zoom, there was a Nazi soldier looming over the children. And a quote from a child who died in Auschwitz. Hannes Haschenberg, 14, died December 18, 1948, Auschwitz concentration camp. Okay. So if you pan out far enough, you see the Nazi. And then there's also a dedication to a random child who died. The weird fucked up blue horse, Lucifer. And then, yeah, the question everything mentality yammers. Okay, we're gonna scroll past that. Okay. Well, it's there. The fucking masonry is there. The tunnels are there and mapped. They're just not accessible by civilians, though they have been mapped in several ways. They're fucking paintings. Holy shit. But the thing keeping it from factual, in my opinion, and like, is the where it snowballs, right? Sure, all of these anomalistic connections can be made, but like, the building was made in 1994. The statue was commissioned in 1997. The connecting tunnels and the opening was in like 2008. Like, it's weird. Do I think it's a bunker? No. Do I think that there is a reason why that system is all interconnected? And yeah, easier to move stuff. It's the road accessibility of that area isn't great. It just expedites transport for those parties to have that system in place and have it connected to the metro system, and then connected to the fucking eventually the train systems and the shipping systems. Like, it makes sense to have those sort of underpass connections to an airport. Do I believe The Freemasonry specifically set this up as a escape bunker for the rich elites. What, are they gonna all get helicoptered into all these dormant military things? Like, even though they're not active now, they were still active back in, like, the early 90s. Shit. They're still... Those tunnels were there before the airport was. The airport was just included in it, and I don't know. I don't think it's going anything... Like, I'm convinced it's really fucking weird. Anything the Masons do is always fucking weird. Do I think every little thing in that building that's a little off is connected? No, they all happen at different times, different artists, different approval committees. I do think it's really, really funny that it ended up being shaped like a swastika. And yeah, I do see it being used for stuff like smuggling, and just because I think the supposed use when it was created is a certain thing doesn't mean that it's what it's used for today, but like... Is it enough for me to think that this is, in fact, a building specifically for the elites to hide from some sort of catastrophic end-of-the-world event? Which is the core of this conspiracy theory. Nah. Nope. Nah. Nuh-uh. Not today. It'll get me next time, I'm sure. Because there's going to be a next time. Because this fuck-ass list still has several more. So then I will see you guys for As Nono Knows It Conspiracy number 4. I promise I'll get better. I'll be better. I'll do better. I'll stop being depressed because, like, honestly, I'm doing more damage by being depressed than I am by just getting the fuck over it. I just need to stop that. So hold me to it. If you don't see me streaming on one of the days where I normally do, be like, no, just fucking do it. Don't elaborate to why you feel like shit. If it's not a medical reason, just fucking do it. Because I always feel better after I do. You know? Even if we didn't talk about the reasons why I am thrown off of my mental stability, doesn't mean that you guys aren't helping prevent it from taking over my day's activity. So thanks for that. And try not to worry about me. I know I say this a lot, but I am a high-level pro at coping without the average person's methods of coping. Like, I've been through so much shit, and honestly, the stuff that's got me down, it's kind of a nothing burger. It just... I'm processing it, okay? And it might have taken a week of me doing nothing in order to do that, but I'm getting there. And don't worry about me. I'm a big girl. I'm a big girl, and I'm not really needy for somebody to save me, but know that you guys being there willing to hang out with me for fucking 6 hours conspiracy yappa really means a lot, and it really helps me recenter my priorities and distract myself without forgetting why I am processing things. You know, I really, really appreciate that. You miss hanging out in VC with me? Why don't you? You show up sometimes. We've been playing a lot of Minecraft. Feel free to join our Minecraft server if you're in the Discord. I've been in there maybe 5 hours a day. Even on my worst days. If you didn't see me in the Discord, you might come across me in Minecraft. And then I will kill myself. In Minecraft. Yeah, Peencraft. And I didn't say hello to you, so I'll make sure I say goodbye to you properly. Scudlands, Epi, Honor Mellow, Azrael, thank you for stopping by. Huscarl, Crimson, Black Flag, really cool to see you. A Dummy, Daddy Clown, George, very cool, y'all real as hell. Shit ass, Goodale, I'm sorry I didn't say hi. I'll make sure I say goodbye to you. Mwah. Mwah. Just kidding, I'm not kissing you. I'm putting my cigarette out into your puddle. Tss, 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 I saw that.